Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and playboys, take your positions. And yes, you can have your coffee also with you here. Okay, let's start. Okay. Please take your seats. We have quite heavy schedule today. So my name is Lasse Nykänen and I will be your moderator today. I will help you to understand what is coming next, and for the speakers, I try to help you also to stay in the schedule. We have pretty tough schedule. We have some changes there. We have couple sickness cases, so we have some changes, but we will have very interesting agenda today. We will have speakers from authorities, we will have speakers from the company side, we will have also research organizations. So we are looking logistics, digitalization and sustainability from many different angles. Let's try to have very warm and cozy event. So let's have discussions. There is also a break between the presentations, so we can have also chat with the coffee. And some background for you. So this event is now organized under our project, which is funded by Traficom, and in collaboration with ITS Finland. So Alex and Marko has been helping to organize this, and also with CaaS Nordic. And big thanks also for CaaS Nordic. Kyösti Orre has been good hand for us to organize this. And then we have also one sponsor, Limova. And Limova will have also introduction in the mid of the event. And we will have first 3 keynote speakers, which will introduce you what is happening, and they'll from different angles about this digitalization. Then we have authority review, what is happening on authority side. We will have speakers from different countries, which is very good. And then we have a break, and then we have industry outlook. So, and we will end actually in panel, so there we have more room for discussions also. We will have time for a couple of questions also after the presentations, but we can continue those discussions also then in the cocktails, which starts when the actual event will end in 4 o'clock. So warmly welcome. And then I would like to give a word for Jarkko Rantala from CaaS Nordic.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And on behalf of CaaS Nordic, I will warmly welcome you all here in Botta Ballroom and also online participants to the second DigiLog conference. Last January, we had a very interesting and topical seminar, and due to very positive feedback what we got after that, and due to that progress, what has happened in development of digitalization of transport corridors, we decided to continue this series of seminars. Okay, we can see what happens in the future, how many seminars we're going to have, but now we decided to continue this anyway. Development goes further very fast, and combination of ITS and logistics from many point of views are even more important to develop and to get all the necessary stakeholders into collaboration. That's why we are here. So we have today again very topical agenda to discuss and find common topics to proceed further. EFTI progress is one key approach in this DigiLog, in the second DigiLog seminar. It's a very topical issue for authorities, developers, and operators at the moment, and we are at the beginning of very interesting and important development path. Many of CaaS member organizations are very active in this development, and that's why it's also one key theme in CaaS network as well. Infrastructure is important precondition for logistics. Availability and quality of infrastructure is essential platform and precondition to support effective logistics operations and therefore to support growth, competitivity, and also sustainability of economic structures and operations of companies. There were, in our program was very interesting presentation about status of infrastructure in Finland, but unfortunately we have to wait that to next time when due to sick case today. Okay, logistics infrastructure does not bring much added value on its own, but it requires diverse high quality and sustainable services and solutions. We have today some very interesting operator point of views in different transport modes to produce high quality logistics services to multimodal transport chains and finally to form transport ecosystems also. Then one topic also I want to raise up here at the beginning, that at least here in Finland, due to geopolitical changes, we have had a lot of discussion regarding security of supply. And it relates to this corridor development very closely. Also, what kind of transport connections and corridors we need to secure our import and export transport systems? Security of supply needs all the above-mentioned main elements of development of logistics systems. It needs infrastructure, it needs services, and data ecosystems to increase the transparency, predictability, and also planning and controlling logistics operations. Effective and well-functioning business-based logistics and transport systems is, in normal situation, forms a solid basis for security of supply in many kind of disturbances. Thus, in addition to competitive factors, we are also on the verge of developing basic elements of security of supply through the three topics we are discussing today. So we hear a lot of interesting presentations today relating to these topics and how development of transport corridors and digitalized processes will increase competitivity and connectivity. This needs a lot of cooperation and collaboration between countries and all the stakeholders who are involved in this development. And finally, I want to thank also our co-organizer, ITS Finland, and sponsors, Limova, and this IBA project led by Traficom, and all the speakers to enable this conference. And also thanks for all of you for coming here today, and let's have a fruitful discussions today of very interesting and important perspectives in logistics. And now I will give floor to our co-organizer, ITS Finland, and Marko Forsblom. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Jarkko, and welcome to you all also on ITS Finland's behalf. This is already our second traditional DigiLog seminar, so I'm very pleased to see so many of you here. You could say that digitizing and kind of streamlining our logistics has been some kind of target for us all for decades now, and you could even say that we have had maybe the best PowerPoints in the world in this field for 10 to 20 years. And now we are really starting to see some real actions. We already have some companies that have kind of digitized all their processes, and they are forerunners in this field. And now I could say that our task is to kind of bring this know-how that companies have to system level and nationwide solutions. In short, you could say that everything that is able to, that can be digitized, will be digitized, and also all that can be automated will be automated. And those are the key elements when trying to increase efficiency and productivity in this field. And those are also the core elements when trying to kind of increase competitiveness of our companies and also our nations. We have had a very good cooperation in ITS Nordic Plus field. That means Nordic countries and Estonia, and nowadays even Latvia. And it's very fine, very, I don't know the wording, but it's very important to see this kind of cross-border activity, and especially when we have these friends from Sweden and Estonia on stage today. So, welcome all. Let's have a very good seminar and active discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jarkko and Marko. And then we will move on the keynote speeches. So we will first have Pia Julin from Fintraffic, and then we will have Nurminen Logistics, Marit Linnajärvi, and then we have from UIR, Erik Fyyn. So, but please, Pia Julin, CEO of Fintraffic, and we will hear about Fintraffic, how logistics digitalization and digital services here in Finland will happen.
Good afternoon also from my behalf, and I'm really glad to be here. Thank you for the possibility to come and join. My name is Pia Julin, and I'm working as the CEO for the government-owned traffic management company Fintraffic. I will present today some basic elements of the logistics system here, mainly in Finland. Some challenges, we definitely have some at the moment, but then also, on the other hand, we will look at the potential and the possibilities that can help us, and as it was earlier mentioned, in order to improve the productivity and the competitiveness of the Finnish logistics system. So the title is Enabling Efficient and Safe Multimodal Logistics with Data and Traffic Management Services. I would say that it's pretty fair to say that we are forerunners in Finland in digital know-how, but still there is a lot we can do more in utilizing data in order to improve the cost competitiveness among other targets. The logistic cost in Finland is pretty huge. It's counted to be 12% out of the GDP, and the reasons are also quite obvious. Geographically, we are a big country. The distances are long. We are far away from most of the main markets, and also the labor costs in Finland are above the average in Europe. So many reasons which are causing the logistic cost in our industry and business. So this is why, of course, the importance of digitalization logistics is not yet fully utilized or fully recognized, and there is a lot to do also in addition to the PowerPoints that were mentioned earlier. I will start with the local situation when it comes to transport in Finland. On the left-hand side, you can see how the transport normally and traffic in normal situations work from Finland. And also, there has been a lot of traffic and transport towards east. Now, after the Russian invasion into Ukraine and the international sanctions and embargo, the situation has, of course, changed. And it has even become more tension there during this week and last week. The biggest impacts are from the airline industries. Of course, the Finnish airline company Finnair has had the privilege to fly towards Asia, so that they went across Siberia and Russia, and this is now stopped, and it means much longer flight times and flight routes for that, and it has a huge impact for the cost side, of course. Then also the ground freight and all the traffic towards Russia, it's almost fully terminated. And there has been a lot of rail freight from Russia, mainly important raw materials. Very few still ongoing, but basically almost stopped. And the same goes with the other ground traffic as well. So this is the local challenge we are of course facing. And as we can see from the picture, one could say that Finland is even more like an island when it comes to logistics. Then in addition to this, there are some obvious global challenges we are facing. The climate crisis is affecting in two ways. We need to lower the emissions and also to prepare for extreme weather conditions, which clearly has an impact on all the transport. The economical recession, especially in Finland, is quite clear at the moment. It's weighing down, in particular, the volume of freight transport. And then there are still challenges in the supply chains after the COVID pandemic. And it is increasing the costs and also giving some uncertainty for the supply chains and delivery times. And then in the longer term, I would say, there will be, and there already is, some clear lack of workforce and expertise. We can already see it in the need of for example, competent truck drivers, which is already now in place. And the near future doesn't look much better. We just got the outlook for exports from the Finnish technology industry report from November. It is saying that the monetary value of new orders received by technology industry companies in the July-September period was 24% lower than the previous quarter and 30% lower than last year. So some challenges. But then if we are here to discuss and to develop let's say take out the potential that there will be when utilizing digitalization and other new technologies. Here are some illustrations that the world is changing. There are many piloting programs, new technologies, and digitalization is used in order to improve the situation. And definitely there is room for improvement. If we first look at the figures, we can see that the growth forecast for global traffic market by 2030 is 70%. Then 13% of companies and households' money is spent on logistics and traffic costs. And then from the environmental perspective, 20% of emissions are caused by traffic. And we need to cut the emissions to half by 2030. So a lot to do. But then if we think about that, what can be done then, there are a couple of points described here. So we can create, with digitalization, we can create better and equal traffic and logistics services for customers. We can build a more effective traffic system, cut down the traffic-related costs for companies and households, and also to cut down the emissions. We can create growth to the industry, also to support Finland's competitivity and enhance the international accessibility, which is, as described earlier, even more important nowadays. If we calculate this from the monetary perspective, just improving the efficiency of travel and logistics chains by 5%, that would lower the household's traffic costs by 600 million euros per year and 1.5 billion euros for companies' costs in Finland. So very impressive figures in order to improve the situation and also to increase the competitiveness in Finland. How about then FinTraffic? What are we doing and what is our kind of task in this business? We are delivering 3 kinds of services. Our base business and let's say the core of the company is taking care of the traffic control and management in all the 4 traffic modes, the roads, the railways, the air traffic and maritime. Then in addition to this, we have developed a traffic data ecosystem, which is and we are facilitating and developing this work all the time. I will talk a couple of words about that later on. And then we are developing digital services and open data for organizations, developers and consumers. So we are trying to bring all the available data in correct format for the ones who want to use it and utilize it in order to improve the whole chain. What can then be done with linked data? Here are a couple of examples that we are together with many other organizations and companies we are working with. Some of these are the ones which are marked with the white text. They are actual projects on development or one of them already in production. Then the lower part with the gray text, they are some ideas which could be done at some point if the need and also the other possibilities are there and we can work together with other companies. We already have the port activity data hub in place. It's used almost all the Finnish harbors are using it at the moment. It is a platform that collects all the data from the ships and from the harbor operators into one platform, and then it can be utilized by the ones who need that data. Then we have a pilot ongoing at the Helsinki-Vantaa airport, the air cargo data hub, and that's also the idea is to connect and collect air freight and ground freight data into one place and then utilize that and make the whole supply chain more streamlined. And then the FT, electronic freight transport information, that will be discussed later on in many presentations and also one presentation from FinTraffic, so more about that later on. Then there could be some ideas that where data, if a neutral body would be collecting the data and handling it and also serving it for other players. There could be a CO2 emission data hub. There could be a logistics marketplace for logistic suppliers and the ones who need it. Then real-time economy integration, meaning different transactions in electronic format when it comes to orders or invoices or taxation could be one thing here to develop, and all kind of things enabling the development of new services and innovations. And the idea here is, of course, that by doing this kind of shared data services or processes, we can increase the safety, the trust for the whole business, harmonizing data and use of that, increasing efficiency, sharing the data in a controlled manner, speed the whole supply chain, and also to lower the emissions and costs. So some motivation for the increasing the development work that we are all doing together. But the important thing here is that no one can do that alone. So it needs to be done together and it needs to be done in a manner that everybody can trust that it's done on a correct way. Then I mentioned the traffic data ecosystem. It was founded about 2 years ago in November 21. It is open for everybody, and it also considers the competition law, so not restricting the competition law. There are different streams. We are working one stream, and our working group is for logistics, and also there are other streams considering the other traffic areas as well. The targets are to get more efficiency to logistic chains, also to increase the attractiveness of public transport and travel chains, to reduce emissions. And then if we think about the business side, to speed up the home market and grow export of services, create new business models and services, and create growth. All important targets for Finland nowadays. And there are already more than 190 organizations who are participating in this, so please feel free and join to the work. So to summarize all this, I would say that the cooperation and utilizing linked data is more important than ever. We would, at FinTraffic, we would encourage all of you to share your data, bring us ideas how to improve the data, bring us new use cases, and then of course to participate actively to data ecosystem. So this was kind of an introduction to today's theme by FinTraffic, so thank you everybody.
Thank you, Pia. Any questions for Pia? While you are thinking, it's time that Christmas is coming, and you still had there a couple gray text also, what kind of services will come for the FinTraffic. So if you now need to, because we live in we are now in the country of Santa Claus, so if you need to write for Santa Claus that, dear Santa Claus, FinTraffic or Pia from the CEO of FinTraffic wants something. What you are writing for that? What kind of digital service you are waiting for the next year?
I don't think there's one single thing, but I would somehow hope that we would be able to speed up the development, and also considering not only what companies and organizations are doing, but somehow to speed up the whole system so that the legislation, the standards and the technology, and then the collaboration between different parties would I think everybody understands and is quite thinks the same, that it is important, but how to do it so that we can speed up the development, I think that would be so some kind of accelerator from the Santa Claus.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Eva?
Thank you, Pia. I'm Eva Killer from Estonian Ministry of Climate. 190 participants in your data sharing environment is very, very impressive. And many companies feel that data is their own, they don't want to share it. What is your secret in this? How did you manage to improve their knowledge about data sharing, or how they were willing to do that?
Yeah, I think this is a very important question. I think it's a matter of trust. You need to build the system so that everybody can trust that their data is safe, and it's only used by the ones who, and the owner of the data is always the one who is defining who can get the data. So I think that's one of the main things. Also, our role as a government-owned, even though we are a company, but still we are fully government-owned, and we have kind of the neutral position on the market, and we are not competing with any of the commercial companies. So I think that also gives some trust. But I think that's one of the most important questions when it comes to the use of data.
Thanks. We have still room for one question.
maybe not a question, just a comment. Jan Todorov from VTT. I agree whatever said that it's quite important to convince the companies that they need to share the data. But quite often as researchers, we're meeting a different problem. Even though companies share data, they don't know actually what to do with the data, how to create value out of it. And maybe the question for me and maybe from this group is how can it increase the understanding in which areas, for example, in logistics, innovations are needed, and how to create new value of all the data that are floating around. Because quite often we have the data, but the companies, they don't want to share it and they don't fully understand actually how to create new value of the data.
Yeah, that's a big question. I think if we would know the answer, we weren't sitting here. But I think this kind of seminars and happenings is one key element. So we need to share the information. We need to talk to each other. We need to get to know each other, also the companies and other organizations. And also when we have some good pilots, those should be communicated very openly and kind of show that it is actually possible. I don't have a clear one answer to that question, but I think you got the point. Companies have started to understand that the data is kind of their asset as well. But how to create an environment where everybody can trust that by giving your data to the common platform, you can get more back.
Okay, thank you. Then
okay, thank you, Pia. And next we will move on Marjut Linnajärvi, Nurminen Logistics. We will hear interesting what is happening there in Nurminen. They have been able to pivot their operations also during these challenging times. So, Marjut, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good day. My name is Marjut Linnajärvi. I am Vice President of Sales and Railway Operations in Nurminen Logistics. Our company is one of the oldest logistics companies in Finland. We have a really long experience of railway transportations and also multimodal transportations. Our company is now the #1 in Trans-Caspian route with regular volumes. So we have built also new connections for the customers who cannot now go via Russia. Our company was established in 1886. We are now also the biggest private-owned railway company in Finland with 12 own locomotives. And we have built strong connections also in Norway, Sweden, or from Norway to Sweden by rail. We have almost 200 professional employees, and our turnover in 2022 was 122.5 million. And our business is still increasing. So we see a lot of potential, especially on railway development. We have several offices in Finland, also our own terminals, and now we have active operations in Helsinki, Kotka, Rauma, and in Vainikkala. Luumäki and Niirala are still supporting our operations. In China, we have still 2 small offices. Of course, we don't have so much traffic now from China to Finland. Because of the crisis in Ukraine, we needed to stop our direct trains from China to Finland, but still some volumes going to Poland and then again to Finland. In Austria, we have a small office in Vienna supporting our development and sales in Central Europe. And in Baltics, we have almost 40 employees handling mainly railway and ocean freight operations. We can offer and provide different kind of logistic services. Our focus is on rail, but of course it's railway service is not only transporting from station to station, it's important to have also pre-carriage, on-carriage, different kind of documentation, full service for the customers from door to door. Our background in international railway, we have done a lot and developed international railway connections now in the last 5-6 years. In 2018, we started to run trains between China and Finland, and our company was the first company in Europe who had direct trains to Finland, not via Poland. It was a direct connection to Helsinki. And before the war, we had 12 to 19 trains per month, so demand was increasing and service was really good and fast. The fastest train from Chongqing to Helsinki was 11 days. So it was possible also to compete with the air freight, because usually air freight goes from China to Central Europe and then trucking to Finland, and it took 7 days, and it was much more expensive, and of course rail is a CO2-friendly option to use. In 2020, we already had more than 1,000 customers on our trains. Small importing companies, Finnish importing companies with small LCL shipments, but also bigger industrial customers with block train volumes. 2021, we started a railway connection from Finland and Sweden also to Japan, Korea, to Vietnam and Singapore. And our company was also the first European company who sent a full train from Finland to India. So railway service, of course, it's still, some processes are from the 80s, but it's very flexible service to use, especially for the bigger volumes. 2022, we started a regular railway connection from Narvik, Norway to Gävle in Sweden. And also we had our first train on Trans-Caspian route from China via Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia to Romania, and then again to other European countries. And now, 2023, of course, we have had a lot of challenges with our customers, with our services, and with our routes, as it's really difficult to move big volumes from route to new routes. It's this Trans-Caspian route, it's not the easiest. First, we need to ship containers to Hamburg or to Georgia. We go by rail via Georgia and Azerbaijan, again to Kazakhstan. So it's not the easiest one, but our company has managed to increase good volumes and already weekly volumes all the way to Kazakhstan. This route can be also used to Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. And this is our route map. So it's still possible. I think you all have seen the news now that there is a lot of happening at the border area between Finland and Russia. Vainikkala border, it's still open, and we have some traffic still from Russia, but we are not sending anything now from Finland to Central Asia via Russia. We cannot take any risks, so it's better now to focus on transportations southern route. Our company is now developing connections between Finland and Sweden, and again from Finland, from Haparanda and Umeå, especially to Gothenburg in Sweden. This is how to. We have a lot of customers in the northern parts of Finland, a lot of big industrial customers, factories and producers who have high costs of transportations from Tornio area, for example, to Helsinki, then feeder connection again to Europe before they can reach deep sea connections to China, to US, and other destinations. So we are planning to start weekly. First, it's 1 train per week, and then we can increase and have 3 trains per week from Haparanda to Gothenburg, and also connection from Vaasa to Umeå, and then from Umeå to Gothenburg to reach these deep sea connections. This is how we want to support and help our customers to be more competitive, save money, save time, and also get lower CO2 emissions. Trucking from Tornio, Kemi, Oulu area to Helsinki, it's almost 1,500 euros. And from Haparanda to Gothenburg, it's railway service, it's approximately 900 euros. So it's a quite big difference. It takes 2 days from Haparanda to Gothenburg, but it can take by rail 1 week or even longer if we can use domestic service in Finland. Or by truck, it's the same 2 days, but closing time at the port, waiting to reach next feeder connection, it can take almost 2 weeks to get containers or cargo from Oulu area to Hamburg. So this really can help Finnish companies to be more competitive. Now, of course, there has been also some changes now because of the war and because of the connections from Russia, as it's not possible to import wood materials for energy use from Russia. We have also built connection from Italy to Finland. Volumes are quite high, so it's mainly ocean freight, but it can be also rail freight from Italy via Europe to Sweden, and then trucking or shipping again to Finland. So from Finland, it's possible to be the first who is really connecting all European countries, all Nordic countries, and also Central Asia, and use these new routes and connections without any investments. All these routes we can already use without using any money for planning, for building new tracks. We have really good logistics hubs also in Finland to use, so now we just need to be active, to promote and to sell these services, to help customers to know better what kind of benefits they could get. And then when demand will increase, then it's of course easier to make actions and investments to build more new connections. But benefits of railway transportation, it's of course possible to plan customized routing for the customers with the bigger volumes. This service there is no capacity problems. If you want to send 50 containers from Finland to Europe or trucks, it's not so easy to find those trucks at the same time. But by rail, it's much easier to find available capacity. Railway services, it's always confirmed departures without any delays, and also no problems with equipment availability. Lower transportation cost compared to road freight and air freight, and of course the lowest CO2 emissions. So changing transportation modes from air and from road on rail, it's not just a mega trend today, it's a future. And this is something customers are really, really looking for, to get savings and to get lower CO2 emissions. And this is not something they are planning to get after 10 years. They really need to start to report emissions on next year. So now we need to make concrete actions, not plans. So this was, from my side, this is just a picture from our Helsinki terminal. So we are located in a port area. Easy to move containers also from trains to ships. Oh.
Thank you, Marjut.
I was too fast. Yeah. Thanks for your time.
Before I let you ask, I will ask, because in transport sector here in Finland, quite often we are discussing that the market here in Finland is so small that we can't do international business. We need all the customers if we want to make real business here. How is it possible that you are doing global business? What's the magic trick that you have done, and during these challenging times that you had that strong connection via Russia, but then you have been able to pivot for these new routes. So what is the magic that you are doing? Is that those no planning, let's do, or what is happening?
No, it's not magic. It's just a daily work. So this Trans-Caspian route we opened last year. We did it with the customers who were our customers already before the war. They needed to get help. They needed to find a new route. And it's always easy to say, no, we don't have this service, or we cannot do it, or we don't have any experience. But our company, we try to find new innovations and be more flexible, because it's also for us, if we want to survive, if we want to make profit, we need to find new services. We cannot just sit and wait and hope that the world will get better and we can go back to normal. So it's just work and sales, of course.
Sounds good. Any questions for me?
Thank you for the interesting presentation. So during the last 2 days, we have discussed quite a lot what is the role of emission calculations and how should we do it. So you are doing it. So we have a new standard that came out early this year that is related to transport and logistics. So it's the ISO 14083.23. So it specifies how that should be done. But in a way, I'm asking you because in a way, it's not specific to any model as such, but in a way. So how do you do the CO2 emission calculation? So do you have a secret formula or what?
Yeah, it's not so easy to get calculations which are 100% correct. It's quite easy to calculate emissions of traffic in Finland or in Nordic countries. There is already a good system to use. But when we transport something to Turkmenistan, it's impossible to get correct calculations from those countries. So of course now it's still a lot of development if we want to get correct calculations from door to door. So now we can provide this calculation in Finland or in Nordics, but in Central Asia, I hope, on next year.
Heidi.
Yeah, hi, Heidi Mering, Digital Logistics Center of Excellence. I have actually 2 questions. First of all, when I saw your plans regarding those routes, have you calculated also on Baltic Road, because maybe 20 years has been discussed about amber train options through all Baltic states. It didn't happen yet, and the only one test was also quite unsuccessful. So have you considered that route for your business? And second question is, do you see also grow this kind of train for trailers across Europe? Because in Finland you can carry cars and trailers, but not in Baltics, not in many other countries. Can you see that might grow your business as well?
These Baltic connections and rail route via Baltic, we have been on that discussion, and I am regularly in contact especially with Lithuanian railways. But Of course, as we had a direct connection via Vainikkala-Puslovskaya border all the way to Central Asia, and now we can go via Europe with quite fast transit time. We have been checking if we should use this new connection via Baltics, but trucking, it's so cheap. We can go by truck from Poland with a lower price than by rail. And then from Poland to Istanbul to reach Trans-Caspian route, there is no regular connections. So it's not enough to have just connection or idea of connection from Estonia to Poland if there is no connections, again, to regular connections to Europe and all the way to also to Asia. And trailers, we are not working so much with the trailers, especially on trains. In Europe, there is a lot of connections also for this kind of railway services. In Finland, we don't have that kind of domestic service. If Finnish railway company will manage to build this connection, like they are now promoting connections from Helsinki to Oulu, for example, and they can load containers and trailers, yes, our company is interested also to use this service, but for domestic rail transportation in Finland, I don't see any role for us. We can buy then services from We Are. It's our company is doing international connections.
Thank you. Any other questions? Eva, thanks.
Thank you. I must say, very impressive. When there was a Europe Rail last year, I guess, and I know that it took like 1 year to get the paperwork done for a rail connection through Europe, from Brussels to Estonia, for example. So am I right that you're still working mainly on paper, or are there any digitalization involved also regarding your business?
Unfortunately, it's still a lot of original documents. Like I said, it's still from the 80s, mainly. So a lot of development and work to do.
Okay, thank you, Marju.
Thank you.
And we started already this combined transportation.
So yes, we started already to discuss a little bit about combined transportation and rail and how green that is. So now we have Erik Fein from UIR, technical director, and he will tell us more about that topic. So let's see if after this presentation in Finland we have also combined transportation.
Yes, so good afternoon. So as already told, my name is Erik Fein. I'm working for UIR, so that's the Association for Combined Transport. I've been asked first, I think, to speak about digitalization in combined transport, but you see the topic is a bit different, so I have the challenge here to explain you in 10 minutes the greening freight package and also then the position of UIR.
You will take 15 minutes.
Sorry?
You get 15 minutes, so you have more.
Oh, 15, okay, I have 5 minutes more, yeah. Yes, first about UIR. So as I mentioned, we are the Industry Association. So we are not just a promotion or lobby organization, we are doing much more. We are active in technical standardization, in developing also digital tools for the sector. We represent the combined transport operators and also the terminal operators in Europe. This covers roughly 50% of the cross-border traffic in Europe. We have now around 200 terminals under the umbrella of UIR. And you see on the screen the galaxy, so that means all the actors or the stakeholders with whom we are in contact. Of course, as a promotion organization, our main targets are the European institution, so meaning the Commission, the European Parliament, and also the Council. It is important to mention that we have directly the business operators into the organization, but since more than 5 years. We are also then connecting. We have, with some of you, then signed some memorandum of understanding with national associations that are also active and promoting combined transport in their different national association. It's very important because we see more and more, I think, the power or the control, I think, of the council. So the member states have much more, I think, words to say regarding the different policies, and very often we are blocked. I will take the example of the Combined Transport Directive that have been recently released. We have waited more than 20 years to have a proposal on the table, and we really hope, I think, that we will really achieve, I think, the goals that we have set, I think, all together. Mission and vision. We are speaking about carbon emission. We strongly believe that combined transport is a viable solution for long distance, and that's a very important wording. We are speaking about long distance, we're not speaking about short distance. What does it mean, long distance? What does it mean, short distance? There is no clear definition on that, but very often, and based on the Commission, for example, we are speaking of distance over 300 kilometers. And of course, UIR, in the last years, we are advancing and promoting the zero carbon emission. We have, and maybe you have heard about our CT for EU campaign that we have launched 2 years ago. It's just to say that zero carbon emission is possible today. So it means that you don't need new innovation. We have already service. You have just listened here to one of the operators, for example, in Finland. When you calculate, and you know, for railway, if you are using combined transport, you can save up to 90% of carbon. And what's maybe the most important is about energy efficiency. So we have proof on 10 different routes that we can save up to 70% of energy. So that's facts regarding the combined transport. So you know combined transport is linking short haul road haulage and also then on a longer distance railway. If you're interested, we have then released 3 studies. It's available on the CT4U website. So the first study is to demonstrate the energy efficiency and the CO2 emission savings by using combined transport. The second study that we have performed is about the technologies that exist today to perform these figures. And the third one is to have a kind of roadmap for the zero carbon emission for combined transport. And we had also the chance, I think, to present this at the EU Parliament because of its high interest. So greening freight package. I will here extract the 4 most important elements. There is also something very specifically for rail called the train directives. This is also part of the greening freight package. So there are 2 new regulations. So one is about the rail infrastructure planning, capacity management. You have a second one on the end that was already mentioned, I think, about the CO2 emissions. There is a new count emissions EU regulation. And then 2 important amendments. So one amendment on the weights and dimensions directive, and the second one is the amendments of the combined transport directive. My intention is now to go through all these 4 pieces of legislation and to explain a bit our position as UIR. So first, greening freight package. It's 3 important words. So green, decarbonization. So we have listed, of course, all the policy objectives that are part of this package. Freight, I think it's maybe the first time in history, I think, that we are dealing with a package, I think, dealing only with freight. That's also important. And package. In the past, you know, we had the rail packages, we have the mobility package, but it's the first time, I think, that we have here policy and initial or proposals that are directly impacting freight. That's a message to the Commission and maybe all the circles, please keep this package together. So it means that don't create silos, so meaning that if one proposal is taking maybe much more time than the others, we should keep as a package. I will come back to the reason of that. All the policy objectives that are set in this green freight package can be fulfilled by combined transport. That's facts. I don't want to list them, and again, this is what we have put in the different studies. What is important and what is the horizontal activities between the proposal is what we call interoperability. So if you put some measures, I think, in the proposal, you have always to think about interoperable elements. So if those measures that you are taking are interoperable with all the transport modes. Technology neutrality, we call it also balancing, so meaning that if you put some measures for one transport mode, it must be somehow balanced, I think, for the other transport modes. So meaning if you take some measures for roads, for example, in the Weights and Dimension Directive, you have some measures, I think, to mitigate maybe those new measures into the other proposal, for example, the Combined Transport Directive. Long distance, you know all that the market share of road is very high, it's 75%. And the key question is, are we going to maintain this share or we are going to do something else? And definitely we, and for combined transport, the most important segment, I think, to be able, I think, to attract is what we call the low density cargo. So meaning the volumes and not the weight. The weight we have it, but we have also to be able, I think, to transform this low density cargo. That's a very important, I think, element if you want to promote and to boost intermodal transport in the future. So the first proposal is about rail infrastructure capacity planning. So that's a critical part for railway. We need to optimize and to release capacity, and how to do it. So that's the new proposal of the Commission. They are creating some new, we call it maybe complex or complicated new structure. I will not go into the details of that, but there will be a European network of infrastructure manager. There will be a network coordinator. There will be a kind of supervision entity by the regulatory bodies. And then you have a review board. So that's a governance structure. But what is missing is the users, because this regulation will appeal the rail freight corridor regulation, in which some of the key users, like the rail undertakings and the terminal operators, had the so-called advisory groups. So that's now completely put away in this proposal, but we think that in terms of capacity, it's very important, I think, to include the customers, and in particular, the combined transport operators that are, of course, offering those services, have direct contact with the users, so meaning they know somehow what kind of capacities they need, what kind of requirements they would need, because we are afraid that if we leave only the infrastructure manager, I think, to deal with that, we will maybe come with some rules that we don't want, and that's something very important. We'll take one example. We have, there was a question about semi-trailers. The semi-trailers need some specific requirements. We need some railway gauge, so the so-called P400 gauge. So it's a very important aspect, I think, to maintain that all the users that would like to transport semi-trailers on rail, which is today for our market 20% of our market, we need this requirement, and it should be kept as a key requirement for this kind of loading units. So complex governance structure, and we make in our position paper so 4 types of recommendation. European categories for trains. So that's something that we have requested for some years in different position paper. So you know that we need high qualitative freight train paths. But it should be there since the beginning. So meaning at the timetabling when we are starting to draft the different train paths, it's important to have these train categories. So meaning freight train categories, even have maybe express freight trains as we have in some countries like Germany. So we need a clear definition about these different categories, because it's very important, I think, for timetabling and certainly for the so-called temporary capacity restriction, because unfortunately on rail we are confronted with that. And what are the priorities? So it's very important, I think, that we have here harmonized rules and not that we have specific national rules that somehow influence those priorities. Let's take one examples that we have today. In Switzerland, you have certainly heard about this accident that was in the Gotthard Tunnel. It was the first time that the National Safety Authority and also the ministry decided to make some priorities. And for the first time, freight trains have the priorities compared to the versus to the passenger train. So it means that our trains that are operated by different member companies have some priorities against passenger train. That was the first time. And I think this is the kind of things that we have to develop further, because in the proposal, there is a measure about social economic impact. So in case of disruption, they have to take account, I think, what are the biggest economic or social impact if they stop those trains or this kind of train. So that's a very important aspect, I think, that have been inserted into the regulation. You have certainly also heard about some years ago the so-called Rastatt incident. That was certainly a full closure on the most important corridor. And one of the consequences or the measures that have been taken is the so-called RNE handbook. So the RNE handbook is developed by the infrastructure manager and develop some process in terms of disruption. I think that that's a best practice, but somehow it's not yet legally binding. And we think that this RNE handbook that has been developed by the infrastructure managers and also the railway undertakings have developed a similar handbook. We think that those elements should be also part of the proposal. Yeah. Deadlines. So that's maybe the most critical part, and that's something very difficult, of course, to understand for the business operators. When you tell them that, yeah, we have a capacity problem, we have bypass route problems, yes, but this proposal will be maybe in 5 or 10 years. So that's very difficult to sell, for example, to our members, because, of course, they would like to have solutions today and not in 5 or 10 years, because we are struggling with capacity. So, of course, here we are asking, I think, the different elements that are part of the proposal, I think, to make strict deadlines for implementation. Already for this, we have received now the draft report of the Parliament, so the first reading will soon, I think, be there. And in the report of the Parliament, for example, they have asked indeed to change some of the deadlines. So we hope that we will have a better or stricter implementation plan. Weights and dimension. So there are two perspectives to be considered, is the road perspective and the intermodal perspective. Of course, as UIR, we are taking the intermodal perspective, but the declared objectives of the proposal is to make roads more efficient and also to decarbonize the land transport in general. And then, of course, and that's a challenge, I think, to put in the same proposal then measures for promoting intermodal transport. Decarbonization efficiency, according to our definition or assessment, the operation efficiency for road should not be only to reduce the freight rates. So meaning, clearly, you know, there are a lot of studies, and also here in Finland, certainly, to make it very clear that by using gigaliners or European modular system, you reduce by 20–30% the freight rates. And I think this proposal should not continue to go in this direction. I'm too long? 2 minutes, okay, then I have to go faster. So weights and dimensions, so the freight rates, so that's not only it shouldn't be only the target on that. About the intermodal measures, definitely I think it will not promote intermodal, so the different here measures that have been introduced, we really, I think, evaluate this quite negatively. There are some measures I think that are ineffective and I think will not boost intermodal as it is declared in the proposal. And what is missing, I said in the beginning, so interoperability. So it means that some, and also for this European modular system that has been considered as one of the measures for intermodal transport, most of these EMS are not compatible with combined transport. So it means that those combinations will never, ever appear in a terminal. Count emission, shortly, I think it was mentioned. I think that's a very good example, I think, how to promote a European here solution. You know, there are a lot of calculators on the market, but here, if you want to calculate your CO2 on a voluntary basis, you can then use this standard that has been mentioned. We think that for CO2 emission, it's a very important, I think, aspect. We should impose it. It should not be a voluntary basis, but we should impose it. And we should create a kind of mandatory label system. You know, all, I think, this kind of labeling that we have on our equipment, for example, for refrigerators and so on. So that's exactly what we have to do in the future. The CT directive, so that has been recently published. There is a new definition, and we welcome this definition about integrating the external costs. So it's now an intermodal directive, but to be considered as combined transport, you have to reduce by at least 40% the external costs compared to the pure or unimodal road transport. It's a very good idea. There's only one restriction. We have to make a simple system. So how to calculate this external cost? It has been very clearly stated in the recitals of the proposal that this external cost or the calculation should be based on this so-called CE Delft handbook. So there's a handbook, there's a methodology, there are the parameters, and we should stick to those parameters, not to create new ones. We have there the congestion, we have the pollution, we have the CO2, we have the accident, and all these parameters are compared depending on the technology. So you have Euro 3, 4, 5, or 7, different types of trains, so you can really compare the external costs. And based on that, we can then be declared as combined transport and benefit from the measures that have been put in the proposal. What we are lacking is maybe the number of measures. So there is one important, and I think that's a very welcome measure, I think, to remove then combined transport from the driving banks during the weekends, for example. That's a very important measure, but I think we should, have more measures of this, that we can automatically, if a customer is willing to do combined transport, is over 40%, then automatically he can benefit from different measures. And we are speaking, and that's very important, not only about financial measures, because we know that very often we are challenged to say, yeah, but railway is subsidized, we need a lot of money. No, we need some support measures, I think, because we have 40% external costs, better than road, and we have already made some calculation on some routes we are reaching 80 or 90% of savings. So it means that also for those customers that are really taking the risk to go maybe intermodal, they will declare 90% of saving of external cost. And I think they should benefit of additional measures. So 40%, 60, 80 or 19, we should have threshold, and depending on the thresholds, different measures should be then, I think, put here. What is great, there's also an imposition on the national member states to develop an intermodal plan, because they have to declare the measures that they would like to do as a toolbox. And they will have to demonstrate that at least 10% of the operation costs will be reduced. Yeah. The Combined Transport Directive is an important tool, I think, to promote. It has been stated several times by the Commission and also in the different impact assessment. And our position paper is in preparation. Yeah. And sorry for the delay. Okay, thanks for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you. We have still room for a couple of questions. Eddie, do you have any? Eddie has?
Yeah, hello. First question is the target to reduce the carbon emission at least half. Do you believe is it possible without changing the calculation rules or cutting the transportation volumes? And then second question, have you also calculated how big impact in economical view could be of digitalization of the supply chain and instead of paper-based documents using digital data?
So again, about the calculation, that's also important to count emissions. There are two ways of calculating CO2. You know, it's tank to wheel or wheel to tank. And I think the Commission make here a very clear statement that if you want to do that, it's will to thank. So you have to take the full picture of what you are producing. If this is pure road, pure rail, you have to take the entire. So that's really important. And if you want to do that, then you have to use the ISO standard. But we are just saying that if you want to do that, it should be on that. Why is what is the added value, I think, for logistic players, I think, to go in this direction? Clear, and you will see exactly the same in the calculation of the external cost, because you have different parameters there. One is about climate and the air pollution, and you will see clear, I think, the difference between the transport modes. So that's very clear, I think, where the added value. And I'm quite sure that those are using road are not so keen, I think, to go in this direction, I think, because they will clearly show, I think. But if this would be mandatory, if the logistic players and the road haulers, they are mandatory, then for the shippers it's very important, because they know very clear that, by using this road, I'm saving or I'm using so many CO2. That can somehow trigger a mental shift, I think, also by the shippers here. For digitalization, I think this was a work done by the Commission. If you digitalize documents, I think maybe Leah will then also report on that, how much you save, I think, if you, for example, implement fully the EFTI. So there was an impact assessment to say, I don't know the numbers by heart, but I think you can save a lot, I think, if you digitalize the documents. And definitely, I think also for railway, we are in the process of digitalization, but the problem is the door-to-door. And what is missing, that's also something that I could add, I think, for the CT directive, because today what is missing is a pure intermodal way bill. That doesn't exist. So somehow the Commission tries to invent through the FTI to create such an intermodal rail bill. I think that's a good solution, because it's very necessary, I think, to understand much more how, I think, how the traffic is developed. Because you have today a CMR for roads, a SIM on rail, but they are not connected.
Thank you. Now we need to hurry for the next one.
Sorry.
You started already very well that now we will have about 1 hour FT presentations and data, and we are pleased that we have now from European Commission's Leah Potek is coming. I will change the slide.
Okay, you should change it.
No, it's there. And if somebody knows FT, for sure it's Leah. Floor is yours. Here we go.
Thank you, indeed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leah Potek. I work for the European Commission, and indeed, I am the reference point for anything you want to know about FT, at least from a legal point of view. Actually, now, before starting, yes, I was actually pleasantly surprised that FT, I have seen FT on many slides, and I think only one was spelling it out, what it means, electronic freight transport information. For the rest, it seems like, everybody's taking for granted they know what it is about. So that's actually a pleasant surprise. I hope that everybody in this room knows, but if not, it stands for electronic freight transport information. And maybe one day, indeed, it will become a noun. So it will not be an acronym, but FT will be a noun, so that it will be on its own. Or maybe it may invite some interpretations, like I heard today. Oh, yeah, not today, but it's been long for me. 3 days now, that's the third day, so but it all blends into one. Anyway, it is about, it was said, if eventually fast track to information, EFTI. So, or maybe there may be also some other creative ways of interpreting FT, but for the time being, it's electronic freight transport information. It's a regulation, and now we are in the process of preparing its effective implementation, and yes, indeed, application eventually. We'll get there as well when. But before that, just a quick reminder of what are the main provisions and the objectives of the regulation. What we're trying to achieve with it is that we're creating a EU-wide harmonized electronic exchange environment that will allow businesses to prove compliance with a number of provisions that apply to the transport of goods, but now when that they do so in a uniform way from a single source. So whenever you have an inspection on the transport and information is required on the goods, the operator can present, the carrier or can present this information in a very, very simple way that can also be read also very simply by means of a mobile device, also by the inspection officers, and therefore they will have all the information they need, at least when it comes to cargo. And then maybe from there we can expand further. And the information we're talking about, yes, it's many legislations, 6 pieces of EU legislation and more than 100 national legislations that are covered by the scope of the FTI regulation, so it's quite large. The regulation obliges the authorities to accept the information provided electronically by the operators, provided that these operators present this information coming from an IT system that has been certified to comply with a number of requirements that are set out in the regulation and in future implementing act. This certified IT systems would be called EFTI platforms. And if these EFTI platforms are made available for other companies, I think about many SMEs that you have there, especially on road transport, to truck companies that will not afford their own certified IT system, but they will use services of an IT company. We would have service providers that would also need to be certified. So they would be presenting this information via these certified FT platforms or via the services of certified FT service providers. There will be a guarantee that this information will be accepted by any authority in any of the EU member state that is competent to enforce, obviously, the provisions that are covered by the FTI regulation. Maybe one, so the regulation provides common specifications for the member states to check the information electronically, which is very important, so that to ensure this uniformity of controls. And it also provides that there will be also common specifications for the FTI platforms and the service providers, as well as common rules for providing the certification for these platforms and services. Finally, one important element, especially for the private sector, and especially those that would like to become EFTI, develop EFTI platforms, or become EFTI service providers, is that the regulation provides for a single certification process. That is, you apply for certification to a conformity assessment body that is accredited to provide certification services for the FTI in this case, in any of the EU member states, and then once this certification is acquired, once it's valid everywhere in the EU, so it doesn't need to be redone in all the member states. It just needs to be done once. We are currently still in preparatory work when it comes to the implementation of the regulation. The regulation has entered into force already for more than 3 years, but developing the implementation specifications, it's a complex job, and we are getting there towards their finalization, but we are, however, behind the schedule as it had been prescribed in the legislation. There we can have a short excuse. It was that these deadlines were not necessarily the ones that we really initially envisaged. They were more like imposed on us by our political masters, and in particular the European Parliament, who wanted us to deliver as quick as possible. But you know how bosses are, right? They always are very ambitious, and they know that even if there is a delay, at least they pushed you that you come as fast as possible. So here we are. We're almost a year behind the schedule, but it is a complex work, and you'll hear more about it later today. But we are not now far from our goal of having adopted the various implementation specifications that will allow us to actually have this EFDI exchange environment functioning all across the EU, and therefore indeed facilitate life and get to, from where we are now, the piles of documents, to just have these very simple exchanges that we are mentioning earlier. I would just like to come back a bit to the timeline, because these delays do have an impact on the application. That is the obligation of the authorities in the member states to accept the information electronically is legally linked to the the date of entry into force, the date of entry into force of the first implementing and delegated acts under the EFDI regulation, which were now supposed to be in February 2023. Now there'll be a year later, which means that also the date of start date of application of the obligation for the member states is delayed by the same amount of time. So that's important to remember. We used to say it's 2025. Now actually it's fair to admit that based on our current and more realistic implementation timeline, it's going to be second half of 2026. However, that should not prevent platforms and service providers to start applying for the certification and getting that certification after August 2024, when actually the other provisions, when it comes to the specifications for the platform service providers, will actually start applying, and certifications can be given. So that will also allow sufficient time to onboard economic operators and therefore be ready to present the information electronically to the authorities when the authorities have the obligation to start accepting that. That said, if there are member states that would be ready faster, nothing prevents that those member states can already start accepting electronically in accordance, information electronically in accordance with the regulation even earlier. Obviously on a voluntary basis. Now, So behind that very simplified vision, that should be the user experience, right? We just have a QR code to present, the other side just reads the QR code and gets the information. It's actually a very, very, lots of complex processes happening behind it. This is the implementation architecture for across the EU. I'm not going to even attempt to start explaining it because we would, spend the afternoon here. But what I can assure you is that we have a very motivated and growing team that is working on translating this from a design to actually how it should work in practice, to actual working IT systems communicating among each other. Again, you'll hear from some of those people later today, but it's coming. So it's complex, it's big, but also we do hope that it will, and not hope but trust that it will deliver on its expectations. Because indeed, as I've seen today, often the EFDI has the potential to be at the center of those, we can call them data spaces or ecosystems for freight transport and logistics, because we will provide a standardized set of data that for the entire EU, that can be used not just to exchange the information on the cargo movement, so from where to where, what cargo is being transported, by whom, to whom, so that it's not just communicated to the authorities, but also it's actually business-to-business exchanges. So that would also facilitate considerably the further digitalization of information exchange processes, also businesses to businesses, and eventually also indeed for calculating the CO2 emissions, where we're definitely going to make all efforts to ensure that on count emissions EU, that is going to be taken into account so that you could reuse the FTI platforms, the information that is there, and just add whatever necessary data it is to calculate the CO2 emissions. And actually, if those of you that may be familiar with the proposal of the Combined Transport Directive, there is also there the proposal that to calculate, I mean, to give proof that you are more than 40% saving CO2 emissions with your multimodal transport operation, you need to use actually eFTI platforms. And to implement those platforms will need to implement a calculator, but the idea is that you already have certified platforms that will have this data there. They will also get to certification that they use this algorithm to calculate emissions, but then they have. So it's still FTI platforms. So EFTI data set, EFTI platforms try to put it at the core indeed of freight logistics information exchanges. And it's important to keep that vision, stay alert, and try to do what we can at EU level to ensure that that's happening also from a regulatory point of view, but it's also very, very important that we have your support to make it happen in the real life out there. I mean, for the users, the stakeholders, the ones that would also benefit from it. And indeed, there was a question about savings. This was the estimates that we made at the time. These are data from 2018. But as you can see, that can be about up to 900,000 trees saved annually. Might be bad news for Finnish forestry business, I don't know, but because there will be less paper printed. But I know that actually the Finns are quite innovative, and the paper now can be used to, or paper fiber, not paper, sorry, wood fiber can be used for many other things than just producing paper. You can have clothes made out of it, buildings. I mean, also reinforcing concrete. I know at some point. So that's many other uses. I'm sure that can be found. For the forestry industry here. So I leave you with this, expected benefits. Actually, at the time, we didn't even calculate that there would be a count emissions EU, that there would be a combined transport there, and we also did include actually operational cost savings for the operators. These are just actually administrative cost savings that have been calculated and paper savings related to the actual transport documents, but also additional benefits and cost savings that may come from the fact that you have data available in real time and you can use it to optimize many of the processes surrounding the shipping and transportation of the goods. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. And we will have room for one question, and Leah will be here. And I can also tell that Villu is here also from the Commission side. If you don't have time to ask your question from Leah, you can also maybe bother Villu. He is somewhere here also. There. But one question, and this time it's not FT believers, so it's not inside the FT for EU project, it should be somebody else. Okay. If you are all FT believers, that's very good, because this should happen in future. And great, thank you for you, Leah, that you are here today with us.
Thank you. Also, I'm really happy also to be here, because it's good to be out of the Brussels bubble and actually come in contact with those people that are, having to deal with what we are producing there, out there in our great buildings and the sometimes really grey skies of Brussels. So I look forward to learning more from you.
Thank you. And next we have Maria Rautavirta from Finnish Ministry of Transport and Communication, and she will tell us about data and data spaces and digitalization.
Yes, it was all easy until now, so we are broadening a little bit on the data spaces. So our target in the Ministry of Transport and Communications is to make sure that what we are creating within the mobility sector, within the logistics, also fits to the big picture of the European data policies and the digitalization of our societies as a whole. So we are all in search of the golden button, how we make the magic happen. And I could say that I think it was a good question on what is the roles. And I would say that the government and the society or the public sector are in a friction business. So our main purpose is to make sure that the friction of rest is overcome, and then the friction of motion is what the businesses then solve by themselves. So at the beginning of everything new we do in the societies, there's some action points that we have to take jointly, and you need also the legislative tools and so forth. So that is what we do, and then the other is resting upon you. So understanding data spaces, maybe it begins from this picture. So the data is there, but it's invisible. So you cannot see from the kind of outside if the data is well managed or is the data moving or not. You could see easily if there's something wrong with the physical kind of infrastructure. But data infrastructure and digital infrastructure, it's not visible. And that's the first problem, how you tell the politicians about the things they cannot see. So we have to kind of invent a new means to talk about these issues. And mobility and logistics, they are in the crossroads of two EU strategies. I hope you know them both. So data strategy, trying to create market for data, and then the sustainable and smart mobility strategy, trying to cope with the targets of the society. So the emission, the efficiency, not leaving anybody behind and so forth. So they always remain the same, so the societal challenges. And digitalization is a tool that already have been agreed that we are underusing it. So we have a lot to grasp on the potential. But as we are in the friction business, we don't know how much more we need to push in order to get the data moving. And there we need the mobility data space. And I could explain that the data space is as a technical framework, and a lot of that discussion that we have been doing today is about this point of angle. So data spaces are the kind of cooperating networks where we are creating common standards and rules for data, structured data being shared among partners. And from this picture, put in mind the blue sector. I will come back to that later. But in the data strategy, the idea is that we have kind of horizontal elements that are all the same for each of the data spaces. And by that, you guarantee that the data created in one of the data spaces can be used in other sectors as well. For instance, in the mobility, it's very important that the built environment, the mobility sector, and the energy sector, they all can exchange data between them and use it for those use cases that you have to, for instance, put a vehicle in the grid or something using electric vehicles and such. But then the building blocks of the data economy go beyond the data layer, which is maybe what comes out of the pipeline. So we have, under the use cases, we have to take care of the abilities to use the data. So at the same time that we are building the data spaces, which we see as a soft infrastructure to facilitate the data sharing, so there are the contracts, the rule book, the data models, identity and user rights, but you have to still create the kind of infrastructure, cloud services, artificial intelligence capabilities for computing, the supercomputing, the quantum. And we have to do all these in the same time because you need to have the facilities then to utilize the data. And this makes this a little bit more complex. And this is what we at the government and in the EU level are now working under the digital compass. And from this picture, maybe it's good to kind of keep in mind that the Digital Decade 2030 targets, so the technical capabilities, and then the data spaces added, they together combined is the EU 2030 fully digitalized, fully using the potential of data. So in Digital Decade, there is not much set on the targets for how the data is being used. So it's like, it's more concentrating on the hard infrastructure and then the skills and the business abilities. But the data spaces then come added on so that together they kind of show the pathway. And this is important to know because if you are a business operator, you have to create yourself legal certainty. If I invest in this strategic dimension or direction, is it going to be kind of a good strategic choice? And with the vision and the Digital Decade and the data space roadmap that has been drawn, this kind of strategic certainty is there. Maybe I skip this one because this explains the same, but with a little different picture. This is the Commission view. I like better the building blocks picture because then it's easier to tackle all of them individually. But the same is that from Digital Europe program, for instance, we are financing the cloud actions and building up this AI capabilities, and then we are building these data spaces, and they are doing like coherently within these two tracks, but often these are not talked in the same groups, so the overall picture is a little blurred. But yeah, then the data spaces can be seen as legal framework, and this is of course also something that the government has to work with, and this is shown also in the standards and in how we build a kind of interoperability between technologies and between use cases. But there's also horizontal layer in the legal framework, and Data Governance Act that has been already in force for a few months established the kind of trusted intermediaries. So these are the rules for those that are being in the center of the data spaces, sharing data business to business and governing the data in a way that you can trust that your data is safe and you can decide on who has the access to the data. So the data spaces, the Data Governance Act and the FT, they are all interlinked, but they are all also compliant towards each other. So if you are providing FT with the FT regulations, then you are also implementing the Data Governance Act by compliance. And then the coordination of all of this work, so the kind of the horizontal layer standardization is done in the European Digital Innovation Board, where the Commission from the data perspective is looking after all of the data spaces, so mobility data space, the energy data space, and other data spaces, so that the standardization bodies are also aware of what is in the pipeline coming next. And this is an important fora also for the administration, and in the EDIP, the Finnish representation comes from Traficom, so they are in charge of this horizontal coordination of administrative activities. And then there is some additional coming from the DGA, but this is mainly the core. So this is being established, institutionalized. So this is not cooperative. This is the task of Commission to operate in a way that it provides this coordination. And of course, this was already mentioned that FT regulation is also a kind of a means to regulate the compliance and trust. So there are rules for all kinds of activities, and by playing through these rules, you are compliant with a lot of requirements that were earlier handled in separate actions and regulations. And this is maybe from my perspective, I would say that FT is maybe the most advanced sectoral data space where the regulation is going to a very detailed level. It also covers the national legislation in order to kind of build the data models in a way that it fits to the national needs, but also to the EU-wide interoperability needs. So it's very kind of good example, very good big benchmark how this has been made, and it's been also one way of us trying to convince the European policymakers that we need more of these in other sectors as well. So, coming back to the friction, there still is some, and the communication from European Mobility Data Space is coming out next week, hopefully. We are not, of course, certain, but it should be there, and some other stuff as well expected. Then, of course, we are in national level putting in our laws the regulations needed for EFTI so that it has the support of administration. So we are in each of the 27 countries, everybody has to nominate certain elements and also make sure there are sanctions in place for the infringements. And then we are expecting the EFTI implementing regulations as already explained by the Commission. And then we will have EFTI platforms. The 25 is, of course, our target. We will be in advance of the obligatory time. So I hope that we will, in 25, have something already put in place. And also hope that the business-to-business ecosystem around the EFTI will be formulated to highlight the benefits of data spaces and data sharing. And hopefully in that time, in EFTI, in the area of logistics, we have kind of overcome the friction of rest, and we will have only the friction of motion, so that the kind of the operating environment is stable enough to encourage investments from the businesses, starting to invest in the system level development, in the skills development, as well as application layer roll out, so really wide scale. And that through that then we get the benefits, so nothing comes out of the pipeline before that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. One question for Maria. Let's take this time Matti.
Thank you. It's more like a comment actually. I think that Maria is one of the EFTI heroes in Finland because the budgeting for EFTI was already started in early on 21, but then the government sort of used red tape and took it away. So that's the reason why we're not in the first safe call. We were trying. But on 22, there was a success. So that's why we are now strong.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a comment.
You were drawing better pictures for the politicians at that time. Yeah.
Thank you. And this data reminds me that we have also streams, so there is more than 50 people also watching this online, and there is also chat, so if you want, you can also ask there, and then Alex will help me with those. And next, we will go to Estonia. Eva Killar from Estonian Ministry of Climate. She will tell us about the EFTI for EU project.
Hello, it's very good to be here. Thank you for the introduction. I remember I was here in January, precisely 19th of January, and I remember this day because on 18th of January we submitted the EFTI for EU application to SINEA. And I was super excited then, and I'm even more excited today to be here and to talk to you about our project. So this is the timeline from 18th of January until now, where we submitted the application. We needed to wait many, many months, and the fingers were crossed. And we had contact with Leah from the Commission, and she said that, yes, I'm supporting you. This is the thing we really need. And so on 21st of June, the Commission made, the SF committee made a decision to fund our project, which was a great success because there were many, many projects, not on EFTI, but on other projects, and they keep competing with each other constantly. So we were very happy to receive the full funding we asked for. And at the end of October, the grant agreement with Cinea was signed. And yesterday, actually, we had a kickoff meeting with our partners. So we had a full week of FT for EU project. As you can see on this picture, we have quite many member states, 9 member states actually. We have very nice coverage of the whole Europe with our project partners and also observers. And actually, I would say that not only this gray spaces here you see on the picture are our observers, but the whole Europe actually is our observer. So we are in a limelight of the Europe, how the FT can be implemented. We have 22 partners from many different countries and also representing public sector, ministries and authorities, and also private sector. So very good combination of different level of organizations and knowledge. So I truly feel that the brightest minds are gathered in this project, and we can achieve quite a lot within these 3 years that this project is lasting. And we have some observers, as I mentioned, Ireland, Belgium, Netherlands, and Spain, and also Inland Navigation of Europe. So what we are going to do, we have many plans. And the main target for us is to concentrate on FT Gate. I don't know how familiar you are with the FT architecture, but the idea is that every country will have this access point, which is now called FT Gate, which will be intermediate between FT platform, which is privately owned companies who provide digitalization services for economic operators, and on the other side, they are connected to competent authorities systems. And between FT gates, there will be a circle of trust, so to say, which they are all connected with each other. But no one has these FT gates at the moment, and the Commission have drafted implementing that, and it will be soon ready and adopted. And we are taking this knowledge that comes from Commission side, and we will put it into the practice. So we have 4 work packages. First work package, which is led by Germany, is all about horizontal alignment. We are gathering roadmaps. We will do the strategy and all on paper how all this architecture could function. Then we will have work package 2, which is led by Finland together with France, where we test everything that has been created in work package 1. So we want to be sure that all the connections between FT Gate and FT Platform and FT Gate and the competent authority access points and also FT Gate to FT Gate connections is functioning. And if you see that something is not working, we can do it again and try it out. So the end goal is that to get the specifications and also a reference model, which is all going to be open sourced. So even the countries that are not part of this project can have benefits from it. So this is our main goal. Work package 3 is about communication, because we know, everybody knows what FT is. Of course, I really like this new interpretation that Leah brought out, but actually not many know about it. And the main target group for this would be actually businesses and economic operators, because countries know, I hope everybody, member states know what is FT and what they need to do. This is one target group, of course, but we need to spread the word among businesses. for them to be able to understand the benefits and willing to be more digital. And of course, there is project management, which is not a small part for us actually, but this is not something that is visible for our observers and wider audience. It's just for our project management. And here is a timetable. It's very, you probably can't see it, but as you can see, we have a lot of things we need to do and we want to do. And some of the tasks we have already started with. Actually, our first meeting was already on 1st of April in Berlin, because we were very sure that this is so important project for Europe that we will get the funding. And of course, everybody, as the funding is 50%, if we wouldn't have had this CEF funding, we would have just 50% less money to do that, because we have done it anyway. But don't tell this to Sinea. So we have launched our webpage for our project. Please feel free to scan the QR code or visit just ft4eu.eu. And also we have a LinkedIn page. Please go there and check out all the important announcements or tasks that we have achieved. And I am sure that you will hear a lot about us. And there certainly will be DigiLog 3, 4, and 5, where we can come again and say what we have achieved so far. So thank you. If you have any questions, I will be here and ready to answer any questions from you.
Thank you, Eva. Any questions? Any questions?
Yeah,
okay.
We are all believers here, so I like that.
That's very good. That's very good.
Thank you.
For sure, we will have new DigiLog.
Oh, one question.
Marko.
One question. I'm not sure if I'm a believer because I don't know things too well yet, but when you have finished, what is the end result? Is it a very good report or some kind of platform or standardization, standardized, digitized documents, or what we get when you are finished? What has changed?
We have the timeline of our project is very much in line now, even better than before with the FT implementation. So the end results would be, first of all, reference model of the FT gate, then documentation for, we envisage that if the country wants to go into the procurement, they can take the results from our project and very, very easily implement it to their own country, because all the results will be also open sourced. But of course, we want to be clever. We are doing it's like a pilot, but at least in Estonia, our plan is to be ready. So to say, during the project, we can basically say we can build a car, but we need to put the engine into function and drive out of the garage with our own funds. So we will build the car. It will stay into the garage, and then the project ends, and we will take the car out of the garage. So we would want to be as ready as possible during this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can maybe continue. There will be also code available, so we will publish that also. Then, although we just yesterday have the kickoff meeting for the previous project, then the next one we have Jan Bergstrand from Trafikverket, and Jan has already submitted the application there, so now we need to fulfill that and make the new project there. So, Jan, welcome.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, thank you for having us here, Trafikverket, today, trying to explain a little bit about Swedish ambitions. And the word ambition is maybe the right wording in today's meeting. Next DigiLog number 3, we could maybe replace ambition to action or something like that. But there is a way forward until we reach that stage. And I will a little bit more hands-on show our ambition in a short time or short range. And I do this in this colorful picture. And as Lasse kindly introduced me, I'm representing Trafikverket, which is the Swedish Transport Administration, and that means the infrastructure manager for both road and rail, long and short-term planning, and the long-term planning for maritime and airborne transport. So we have a pretty huge task inside of Sweden, Trafikverket. Let's say that this presentation will be a tribute to the Beatles and the White Album, if someone of you remember that one. Okay, I kept the text in black though, which is not necessarily an advantage, but let's hope. Okay. We are currently then, and that's what I meant with the hands-on approach, signing up this for an upcoming consortium in what we can call then, with the work name, that Peter, Malcolm, Matti, Lasse, and other Hermanni put the button here and created FT for all. And that means some more countries is joining the Believer Club, okay? And Sweden is one of them. And we were also ready to push this certain button to start up the proposal in the portal. We will push it once more to put it in to the evaluation later on. And we are sure that we can then have a good work hands-on here. And the thing is now that Sweden has been late in one of the, let's say, starting elements for FT maybe, which was discussed a lot in the DTLF forum, where we are members, of course, since the start, which is the ECMR. Sweden was late in the ratification of that one, which made us a little bit lacking tempo. But now we try to be smart, maybe, hopefully, and most probably, and join this club that we saw before in Eva's presentation. So that means that, except for the new countries, which is an example, I think there could be more countries named, maybe, we have the base from FT for Europe. And we will, of course, from Swedish side, take sleep with one eye open to follow this FT for Europe project very carefully. And of course, with the friends bringing in this also for next step in FT for all. And what will we do there? Yeah, to take care of this lost tempo, we are, of course, similar to transport and communication here in Finland, we have to plan for the 2024 actions, and we will organize that internally with the governmental ministry and Trafikverket. But to do this is also good to dig into the real scope, and what we will try to make happen here in a faster way is to work with use cases, with the industry, with the stakeholders, with other ministry departments, and also sister authorities. And what we have thinking about, since we have been active in the federated project, which is pretty much about some FT, but mostly data sharing, is to provide data sharing aspects out of the federated and combine that in a nice setup with use cases proving FT's value. And we will do that not only then for the road, which was mentioned here with the ECMR, but of course with the road as one, and then interconnect to cases in Europe. We are in some kind of dialogue with Danish interest, Finnish of course, Norwegian, our neighbors, and others could be of interest too, but also examples from Europe side, Benelux, etc. That could be one thing. We are having had some nice presentations from company Norminen and also URR, and that's the truth that also my colleague Malcolm Lundgren and me, we are very active in rail, so we think that we could also bring forward rail issue. And as I said, we are also the long-term planner for and have been working closely in Federated with our sister authority, in this case, Swedish Maritime Administration, Sjöfartsverket in Swedish, okay? So we have, let's say, except for air, which is strong here in Finland, in use cases and other countries, we have covered the transport modes in a good way to spice up the continuation. We have to do our home lesson from the first project and the work before that. We're doing a roadmap as a base. And the roadmap means structure of the FT gates and so forth. And that is, of course, a good thing to benchmark all the work done here in this region. Okay, again, that means we have the roadmap, we have the anchoring process with the industry, of course, but also to do the homework with sister authorities and in the governmental side. We have to involve the regulatory bodies for sure, as it is an act. And we want to do the data sharing part and take that into the project in those use cases mentioned. And we want to do it cross-border approach, of course. And that being relatively late, we are now keeping up speed. We will benchmark. We will involve our sister authorities, Sjöfartsverket, Swedish Maritime Administration, but also Transportstyrelsen, which is the agency for regulation and policy, which is also member already in the TLF and the work with FT. We will have strong use cases to dig into, so learning by doing, and as I said, and we say that more than once now, but it's worth mentioning, I like the combination to prove that it belongs together, the tool, if I may say so, FT with the data sharing aspects, which is very promising from the federated results and other initiatives. And our partners here in Sweden will be, for like a list of examples, Trafikverket will be the lead, as we said, Sjöfartsverket, Transportstyrelsen, RISE, which is the Swedish Institute for IT Research, Lindholmen, who is innovation platform for demonstration and use cases, KTH, which is the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, And we have also an institute in Dalarna. Okay, so this is it. I hope we can, with digging into this nice collaboration here, make a difference, and we will very soon organize ourselves also strategically in Sweden. But we are ready to dig in, as I said, and looking forward to further collaboration here with many of you. Thank you for today, and see you later. I will be here together with Malcolm for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Any questions to Jan?
Yeah, thank you, Jan. You mentioned Norway there. Norway is not EU member, but I would like to ask Leah, what do you think about that idea? Can they somehow participate in a project like this?
That's a question for Sinea, I guess, but definitely the FTI regulation is a regulation which, if you remember, there is a small bracket underneath which says EAA relevance. So from that point of view, I mean, Norway probably could become also part. Am I mistaken? Is Norway in the EAA? Yes. Okay, then. Yeah, just so in that sense, then yes, that would be relevant for them. The FT regulation does not yet apply in Norway. They will need to actively notify actually the Commission that they would like to apply this regulation, but that's just simply a procedure. It would be that they would say, you know, this is, they will add, require that this is notified in an annex to the AA agreement that says this regulation also applies in Norway. So that's...
Would this apply to others like Ukraine or whoever?
No, I mean, this is EAA countries only. That is the case. But I don't know, we need to look into, because there is always, there are many policy dimensions, like definitely when it comes to enlargement, I mean, countries that are on the path to enlargement may benefit of certain special treatment as opposed to other third countries. But this is something that needs to be further looked into the rules, because I'm not really familiar with the funding rules for non-EU countries.
So, knocking on Norway's door next.
Yeah. I don't have a question, but I think it's very good that you are leading the next phase, because in Federated project, where I have had honor to work in collaboration with you also, you have made a lot of this kind of stakeholder engagement, and I think this is one of those things that Sweden is very good. We have some jokes also here in Finland about that, but we know that you guys are very good about it.
Okay, yeah, your jokes are good, but still we're ready.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Next we will have Teemu Heikura from Fintraffic, and I remember like 2 years ago in this kind of seminars, it was quite often that ministry was referring that some of the Jannes will do the action. They were referring in Fintraffic or Traficom, and I think Teemu is representing this kind of next generation of Jannes. So Teemu, please tell us how you are doing this.
Thank you, Lasse. And thank you for calling me young. Maybe I am here the youngest, or maybe the youngest. Okay, so yeah, FT co-development, more value by sharing data. So I will today tell about 2 topics. What we are doing in FT for EU project, what Eva was referring, not what Jan was saying, but Eva, and how we are seeing FT here in Finland. So a couple of points why I'm here. So I am the National Project Manager of FT in Finland, and we are also facilitating the cooperation to show those ecosystems here in Finland, and Finland is leading the work package 2 with France. So that's why now I'm here to tell you more about this. So even though we are FT believers here, I am worried that there are no users in FT. And that's the biggest risk what I am seeing in FT. And in Work Package 2, we have to prove the value for companies that FT is bringing value for them and they will start to use it, even though it's only voluntary for them in the beginning. And that's what we are doing in Work Package 2, mitigate the risk that there are no users. Eva already told overall picture of the FT for EU project, but now here are the more detailed goals about Work Package 2. We have to do the concrete task. We have to build the reference implementation of the FT-Gate as open source so that it can be the almost ready car which someone could take, fill the tank and go and drive it. So we are doing that. We also have to do pilots where we are testing the cooperation with all transport modes, also with the authorities, and also prove that this is working in real life so that it's not only that there is paper which is saying this is working, but we are showing that this is working. And that's what we are doing. We are covering all the use cases, all the transport modes. And how we are doing that, what we are needing. We are needing a lot of cooperation, a lot of discussion. We are also needing that we agree how we are doing it on the architecture level, on the technical level, so that we can build the car in cooperation so that we can benefit what France is doing, what Finland is doing, and what Germany is doing, so that we are not building the same component, same tire 3 times and trying to fit them in. Just building it once and everyone can use it. And for that, there's one architecture picture that is directly from the Commission material, but we need separate levels of architecture, data level, component level, all levels, and also the simplified level so that all of you can understand when you are looking at that picture what it means to you. I think this is a little bit too complex picture for that one, so it needs to be simplified also. And also we need the tools how we are doing it. Tools for communication, planning, development, and releasing and reporting, so that we can do the cooperation and share things. And then the pilots. We are doing a lot of pilots in our project. And now you can see here how the current plan of pilots are divided on the transport modes. And as you can see, the railway, we are lacking that one. So as the project where we are right now, Lasse has said many times that we have, the honeymoon time is now over. So now we have to start a marriage drive where we have to work in day-to-day operation, how we are doing. And we have to agree who is doing what. It is not okay for the project perspective that everyone is doing only the road pilots. We have to divide it so that we are covering all of those. And as you can imagine, what are those 2 in the down? So this one is the authority side, so the police, customs, and the national solution could be real-time economy or logistics platforms if some countries have those. And with those pilots, we are trying to prove those benefits, what companies are getting. We are thinking that FT is reducing administrative cost, so that without paper, there is not that much cost when somebody is handling the paper, and it's cheaper to operate. It also, when you are doing the digital process, not only digitalization, the paper to digital PDF, but taking the benefits of digitalization, you increase the reliability and reduce errors. And also, if companies are using the FT and also the metadata of FT, then authorities can see if the load is there, what kind of load is there, and they can remotely check it and decide is there need to stop it. In that picture, what was showed before, there was that driver is showing you the paper, and then they are showing you the QR code. I think that the way how we are seeing it is that they are not stopping you at all. They are checking you remotely. And that is making the border crossing smoother, because you just can cross the border and the authorities can check you remotely. And also FT's EU-wide standards. And also to give you some highlights how much cheaper it is to operate in digital way, there are some documents and sources which are saying that digital is much more cheaper than handling the papers. It's half the cost, and when you are moving data and integrating it, it's more than half the price of the paper process. So that's what we are trying to prove. And how we see FT in Finland? This is the same picture what Pia already showed you. We are seeing that FT is only one piece of the logistics puzzle. It will be one piece which will be integrated and where we can use FT as a solution for integrating data. Maybe the emission data could be linked for FT data, and also so that when the air cargo is arriving to Finland, the data is in air cargo data hub, and using the FT data set, it can be transferred so that the port side will get the same data, so that you don't have to fill the same info twice. You can do the integration. The data can flow smoothly from another transport mode to another transport mode. But it will not be ready in next year. This is long-term vision that this could be integrated, and also marketplace could use that. Real-time economy could be integrated there so that the procurement process is integrated with FT. So procurement and logistics, and then for the invoicing, it could be one process, which is where the data is flowing. And that will create the safety, trust, efficiently, and speed. And in the end, lower emissions and cost for companies. And how we are doing it right now? We are trying to do that in our ecosystem. Pia already mentioned that there are 190 members on our ecosystem. Okay, we have multiple ecosystems in a whole transport sector, also in public transport and logistics. And in our logistics ecosystem work, we are trying to spread the word right now, sharing examples, sharing data, sharing information, so that we are more attracted to some companies to join us. And when we have more parties there, more information is there, and it will be more interesting for others, also for vendors. And when there are more customer satisfaction, more data providers, it starts the loop when it's going round and round and it's growing. That's the vision how we see it. Hopefully it will work so in the future. And key takeaways. Now the actual work starts in our project. Now we are defining the architecture. Now we are defining how we are doing. Member states are doing the procurement so that they can start the implementation. With those pilots, now we have to plan what pilots we will have. Now we are aligning those so that we can maximize the value of this project and the pilots so that the companies can see the actual value. And we will need cooperations. We will need cooperation between this project, between maybe in future the FT for all project, and also with companies. We cannot make it happen alone. We have to do it together. So, next few years will be interesting, and I hope that you will follow us in LinkedIn, webpage, and also here in Finland in our ecosystem work. Thank you.
Thank you, Teemu. And I think this was a good example, like in DigiLog 1, Janne was showing that we have plan now, and now we, 10 months after that, we are working that, so maybe in next DigiLog we have then the results also. But this has been quite fast, although it took 10 months, but in this level, it's quite fast what we are doing. Any questions for Teemu? Tomi?
So I especially want to thank you for the calculation about the cost-saving potential. So I was asked by the Finnish State Treasury to estimate what are the cost savings potential and the investments up to 2030, April this year. And I took the procurement and also the logistics. And my estimate, of course, it's a ballpark because we don't have the actual figures, how many transactions there are. So for logistics alone was something like 4.5 billion euros annually in cost savings, and I used the 50% cost saving potential. Your in a way figure is higher, so it's around 60%. My question actually is that because this kind of calculations has been around for quite a long time, so why do we still find it so difficult to explain this to the actual users of these services, so the industries and even some economic operators that are providing these services? Are we doing something wrong, or what?
I would like to raise this as a question in our ecosystem work for all parties, why they are not taking the use of the digitalization. For me, it's quite obvious that you have to save money using the digitalization, but we have to ask them from the company itself why they are not using it. I know that there are bigger companies which are using those, and they are seeing that, but why the smaller companies are not joining it?
Thank you. And now between us or you and the break is only Limova. Don't be angry for Limova. The guy who is telling you a couple of words about Limova is Janne Lausvaara. And this guy actually is working with this, how to communicate for economic operators to use these kind of digital services. And communication, dissemination, those are something that we need. And please, a couple of words.
Yes, thank you, Lasse, and thank you, although you stole my joke, of course it was that, that between the lunch. But yeah, so you can fasten this, you can take the mobile phones already and scan the QR code, because there is no transport-related documents in there, as Lia showed, but there will be a calendar event. You can just take a photo of that, and then you will have the first one. So the first one is Nordic Open Source Logistics Workshop, and we will have it with Open Logistics Foundation. And here are a few interest groups that we would like to invite there also. But of course, we will invite you all to come and join us. What else? There's also in 2024, there will also be a lot of Horizon Europe transport calls. And we are also in Limova, we are already looking for partners from abroad and also in Finland. So if you are interested of those, you can contact me. And of course, if you don't want to wait until 2024, you can also join our other workshops that we are having in Tampere and in Helsinki. But I will be here whole day, so you can just ask me about these events and also about the European Horizon Europe. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And now we have 20 minutes for coffees. We are a little bit behind the schedule, but not that much. It's academic quarter. So coffee is on that room. So please have coffee, and you can take also coffees then also here.
I think we are all aware that in EU level, the transport sector is one of the big contributors to the pollution in the cities, with accounting about 21% of the total CO2 emissions. But then if you want to narrow down a bit, focusing on the road transport, then you can see when it comes to the segments of city logistics and of course medium range and long haul, they're among the biggest contributors in the emissions. On the other hand, now all the logistic companies, they're in a phase of transition, and they're heavily thinking how to switch their currently operating diesel fleets with new clean propulsion technologies, and most likely with electric vehicles. Then, in this transition process, the companies, they need to answer lots of questions for themselves. How to efficiently execute this transition process, how to comply with the different policies at national and EU level, then how to find solutions and technologies that fit their business operations, and actually how to build new profitable business based on these new technologies. Because adopting zero-emission vehicles is not just buying new vehicles, it's a lot more than that, especially when we speak about electrification itself. And then another aspect interesting aspect is how to mitigate different risks with this whole process, because assuming constraints and important practicalities coming from different levels is often hard. It's often hard, and then the companies, they need to get kind of more comprehensive support when they make the decision how to efficiently transition their fleet. And then another big question is, since the technology landscape is developing quite fast when it comes to different types of zero-emission vehicles, then another important question is not to focus only what is the current snapshot picture and what kind of technologies is available on the market, but also to keep up what will come in the forthcoming years in mid and short term, for example, and then in between all the available choices, to make the right choices that will make an efficient transport system. In my case, I'll be focusing a bit more on the challenges from zero-emission perspective in city logistics. So beyond these high-level questions, if you want to dive a little bit in the practicalities, in this slide I just want to summarize a few of them. So one of the biggest challenges in city logistics is actually the limited spaces. In big cities, the limited spaces, they cause challenges in vehicles moving in the crowded areas. And also, another big challenge is, especially in many remote places in Finland, especially in islands or in the peri-urban areas which are scarcely populated, for example, how to create profitable business for city logistics with new type of zero-emission vehicles. Then, quite often, the development of the recharging or the new refueling infrastructure is often done by another type of companies, but then building profitable logistic business requires to take into account how this infrastructure will be developed, or at least if you're planning to buy electric vehicles, actually, what is the charging infrastructure? How to make your operational cases really work well, like by the end. And then from a bit short-term perspective and a bit outlook, not to focus only on what's available as technologies on the market, but actually what kind of vehicle technologies will come maybe in the outlook of 5-10 years, for example, which opens a completely new dimension for reflection in the companies. Then for the city logistics, the big question when it comes to vehicles is how to redesign and procure zero-emission vehicles, vehicle fleets that fit their purpose. And quite often, this question is very, very difficult for the companies, because assuming all the practicalities coming from different levels, from the business perspective, from the operational environment, and whatsoever, it's hard to be grasped by many CEOs. And quite often driven by certain examples, they're just borrowing examples from other companies, but quite often they end up in wrong decisions. That's why over the last couple of years in BTT we've been developing one new framework for digital piloting of electric vehicle fleets with focus to city logistics. And what we want to demonstrate is that based on the data the companies has nowadays, especially when it comes data from the operation of diesel fleets, we can utilize various digital tools and then create various transition scenarios, and based on the transition scenarios, support the companies to make the right decisions. To open a bit more, the digital framework, more or less, there are like two aspects. The first aspect is the data, and I said the data, it's already there. Quite often, when we approach companies and we ask to share data, the first answer is no. They're not convinced to share, and this is what I want to convince you today through this example. But most of the data related to logistics are there, and the companies that are in possession, they just share it with us, researchers, in order to create new value for them. In this new digital piloting framework, what is important to say that through the data that we can get from the companies, we can create plenty of different transition scenarios, and through the tools we have, especially a new type of digital twin type of simulation tool, with no harm and no risk, we can pilot different scenarios. And this is in contrast to physical piloting that has been quite widespread in the industry for quite so many years. And then through that kind of approach, through simulation data, then we can create new value through providing new insights, especially what you can see on the right side. Regarding the energy consumption of the new fleet, regarding the optimal composition of the fleet, including different types of vehicles. Then what brings value to the CEOs of the logistic companies is actually the total cost of ownership, because buying and procuring new fleet is a commitment for at least 10-15 years ahead in time. In that sense, it's good to keep in mind also when you build new type of business solutions, is actually what else will come in the market in short term. And then we can study further how the interaction with the new fleet, with the charging infrastructure, for example, we can study various practicalities from the operational environment, for example, including different environmental conditions, cold weather, hot weather. We can include different scenarios, and this everything happens with no harm, and of course lowering the risk for making a costly mistake when a company is thinking how to actually transition its fleet. But to convince you further on the approach that I tried to briefly describe, is like just to present one case that we've been developing within this project. So in this project, we developed two cases. One is from Helsinki, Finland, and one is from Prague in Czech Republic. What we wanted to bring here is the aspect of the suburban settings that we have a lot in Finland, and we have taken as example the district of Lasse in Helsinki. And we are very happy to get a real logistics operating data from the national post operator, Posti. And then from the second case that we've been studying through this approach, it's actually located in Prague, which is a heavily crowded city, typical urban location. And then what we try to show through building different scenarios is stepping on the data, on the operational data, how those companies operate current diesel vehicles, how we can create shifting plans for them by utilizing different type of electric vehicles, and just utilize digital twin type of simulation to develop those scenarios. What we focus here in this case is one very frequent case that all of us is experiencing, like having a small package at home up to 3 kilos. I won't go deeper in the details, but I would show you actually one of the aspects of this digital piloting, and something that brings real value and a lot of food of thought for the CEOs of logistic companies. Basically, through the simulation and then further techno-economical analysis by TCO, we can compare all the different scenarios with different type of vehicles, and then give a real basis for the companies to compare what is the best thing to be deployed there. Then, quite often when we utilize tools, we are blamed as researchers that we have nothing to show to the people, and all these tools, they're hidden there in the computers. That's why I have one video here to show you. This is one of the scenarios that we've been developing through this digital simulation framework, and then further on we've been utilizing augmented reality technology. And then you can see actually visualized what we simulate. So this is a 3D model from the study district in Prague, and then you can see that through the augmented reality, of course, is fast forward. You can see all the electric vehicles moving on the streets and delivering. And this is the shifted scenario from diesel to electric vehicles. And then my last slide is like just to point your attention that that kind of approaches, utilizing data and simulation, they have potential to bring new business opportunities for logistic companies. And the first and foremost is to lower the risk of costly decision mistakes in the process of transitioning the vehicle fleets. Also, additional decision and support, because quite often, as I said, it's very hard to grasp all the practicalities in this whole process. And then we won't need in the future probably physical pilots to buy vehicles, to reserve maybe a certain amount of time and to run them for several years, getting experience and whatsoever, which means like we can speed up the decarbonization in the cities. It's just a matter of weeks and time, weeks or months, depending on the scale of the scenario we can simulate. And then through that kind of approaches, we can help the logistic companies to make a fast transition plan, how they efficiently need to deploy their zero-emission fleets in the future in the best techno-economical and of course, technological way. But thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any very short question? Anybody? If not, then we go forward. Next we have Petteri Hellen from Finnair Cargo, and now we hear something from air cargo side, which has been recognized one of those forerunners in this digitalization. So Petteri, thank you.
Thank you. It's great to be here and great to see so many familiar faces. And for those who I have not met yet, my name is Petteri Hellen. I'm working for Finnair Cargo and have been working there since 1990. And last 20 years, I have been focusing on different kind of development projects. I am also a member of IATA Digital Cargo Working Group, try to do improvements on the industry level also, and I'm also a member of the A4E, Airlines for Europe Association, which is lobbying related to the EU Commission side also. So, let's go forward. Role of the data is changing. And I would state we are at the turning point at the air cargo side at the moment. Until this year, the data has been more like hype at the air cargo side. And that hype started 2008 when the IATA published the concept of the e-airway bill. And at the beginning, they stated that in 3 years, all the airway bills will be switched from paper mode to e-mode. And finally, I can state that from the beginning of this year's July, we achieved 100% of the e-airway bills at the Finnair Cargo, and I think same goes to most of the airlines who are flying to Europe. I will tell a little bit more in a couple of minutes related to that. And also we are seeing that pressure for that data and sharing that data especially is coming from multiple stakeholders. And let's take a look of those parties who are affecting to us heavily. And at the beginning, authorities, I want to thank the EU Commission and Finnish authorities also implementing the ICS2 import control system version 2. I will tell a little bit more about that also in a couple of minutes, and that those authority requirements are quite neutral way to forcing our customers to share data for us. Because especially for Finnair point of view, we are a small or medium-sized airline, and we are not capable to dictate our customers to do something or share something with some specific method. So if we have that requirement is coming from the authority side, it's really neutral way, and especially in this case, because this is EU level requirements, so it has been improved our data quality hugely. I would state that during the last 5 months, our data quality have been improved more than last 5 years together. So, but there are still room to improve, I have to admit that also. Of course, competition is at the moment real tight. And it is coming, of course, from other airlines mostly, but also the other parties, integrators, and from the postal side, because e-commerce role is growing heavily at the moment. And there is challenges with the legacy way of data sharing to transport those shipments via air cargo. And of course, there is also internal pressure to improve our operations, and especially to having cost savings and improve our processes and how to utilize that data. And I think we are getting there. We are improving that sector also, but also there are still room to improve. And also pressure from customer side. Values are changing. Sustainability is the big thing here in EU. And also the transparency. I think that new generation is born with the smartphones and are requiring to have everything in EU mode, and that is forcing us to change also. And I think that is a good thing. We need to improve our way of working. I mentioned that the import control system version 2, it's related to shipments which are crossing EU borders. All those shipments are secure, profiled, and those new requirements are quite challenging for airlines. Those are more proactive. We need to get the loading approval before the flight can depart from the origin station to Europe. And also there are new data that are not fully supported with the current way of the communications. We are still using EDIFACT communications mostly, and those are not that flexible, and especially getting new data there is really challenging. And also, we can see on a global level, there are huge changes going on. There are huge amount of the countries who are implementing different kind of the security profiling systems, or that preloading advanced cargo information systems there, and requiring more and more data. And from that point of view also, that data role is in key role already at the moment, and in a couple of years I think that most of the countries are requiring that data before the flights will arrive to the destinations. And also that EFTI, from the business point of view, we are seeing that of course there are some threats and opportunities. Threats are mostly related to money, of course. That implementation will cost something, and that's why it was really excellent to see that we are together trying to find out business cases for that also, but I see also the huge opportunities to implement new data sharing models there, what we are developing at the air cargo side. So I think it is, in the long run, it is beneficial for all stakeholders, but at the beginning it will be the challenge to get that implementation going on. From the air cargo industry level, one record is new data sharing model, and I think that will replace those current edifacts. Target is that on 26 already it will be the main method of the data sharing, and I'm happy that there are also quite many forwarding agents included to that development project, and there are some airlines already sharing data between the different stakeholders, and benefits of the one record is definitely that we can share that data to full supply chain by once, and comparing to current method, it's one-to-one data sharing, and with one record we are capable to even to feeding that data to the supply chain when the factory lines packing department is measuring those dimensions and weighting those, and at that point even we are capable to share that data to the full supply chain with the secured methods. One gap in the current data is that ownership is missing, and with the one record all the data elements have own ownership, and that owner can define who is capable to see that data and sharing that data and modifying that. And also adding some new elements to the data models will be really easy. Currently it will take from 3 months to 3 years to implement some new data fields to the messages, and in some cases it's not even possible to do. And sustainability. I think most of the airlines are putting effort for that, and we are seeing that we have quite stable demand at the EU side already there, and Asia is coming, it is raising. I think in a couple of years it will go beyond the EU. Unfortunately, from US side, only California is interested in the sustainability at the moment from the air cargo business side. But we are, of course, wishing that there will be more demand on there also. And of course, those SAF, sustainable airline fuel production lines, are coming and needed, so that is a huge gap at the moment, because most of the airlines are, especially here in the EU, are willing to buy more than is available on the markets. And of course the recycling is in big role also at the moment, and we are focusing heavily on that. And also the how to measure all those different aspects of the sustainability is one quick question at the moment, because we already developed the first CO2 calculator almost 15 years ago, and at the beginning we provided that data free of charge to our customers, and in a couple of years they told that because those were really exact figures, we utilized the actual fuel consumptions, and we were how many passengers were on board, and with those calculations those figures were too exact. So, but of course during this 15 years there have been huge changes on the market also and at the customer side. So we are heavily trusting our customers and that change what they are bringing for us. And we are already seeing that new generation and new values what they are bringing to the markets. And I think that sustainability is in their DNA already, and it's more like default value for them. And also that transparency, it is also required. And at the moment, the air cargo is still, unfortunately, quite black box for the end customers especially. And that goes also to quite many forwarding agents also. And of course, that competition is really tough at the air cargo side at the moment. And so we have to be much more efficient as we are at the moment. I also mentioned that internally we are improved our usage of the data. We have had data lakes already about 5 years now, and now we finally are getting benefits of using that data, but there are still plenty of room to improve how to utilize that data. And of course, in general, that data accuracy is one key thing what we need to focus. We are getting that airwayable data from all the customers at the moment, but that quality still requires some improvement. So that is one of our focus areas at the moment. And I think I want to thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
One question we can take, and then you will be also in a panel, so there we have more questions about this same topic. One very short one, if someone has. We can save those in a panel. Thank you, Petteri. Then Ulrika. Next, Ulrika will tell us about the ECMR projects and FT platform development from Estonian side. From Digilogistiikkakeskus.
Yeah, can use the clicker then. So, good afternoon, everyone. To freshen ourselves up, it's time to actually start having actions on FT, despite the regulation and the implementing act is still on its way. But as Eva and Leah and colleagues here before have indicated, we have quite a lot to do, and we have actually started, not just waiting. And here I'm invited to speak a bit of what Estonia is doing already ahead a little bit of the actual strong green lights of this. These are the final requirements, so we have started. And just a short intro on that for you, so that everyone who is still not aware of what the FTI is or how to process it for themselves can feel that this is something that you can quickly onboard, and there's an ongoing work taking place also on the business side, not just on the authorities side. Those whom we haven't met, my name is Ulrika. I am from Estonia. I've now long worked with the European Union affairs. Thanks to the recent years' online environments, we've had much more reach out than before. And I have been partners, or among the partners of several international and cross Baltic and Nordic projects, also proving quite a lot of how we go further. There's okay. FT regulation. So FT regulation, everyone knows. I get a bit of another background, so it's a bit blurrier, but no worries. We are in the middle of the journey, but it wouldn't need to stop us from taking action, and despite the implementing act is expected this December to be applied in January, it is still, we have known the content, hence we have taken into account the positions. And we have done quite a lot to get the implementing acts also reflect the reality that we have built through our projects and also through the Enterprise Estonia supported grants that also have given their feedback on the requirements, both for the ones that went into implementing act for the competent authorities, whether these would be feasible for FD platforms on the other side of the conversation, as well as we have taken into account the FD platforms' already expected activities and ECMR activities that they're doing and the upgrades to see that these actual practical outlooks would be possible in that implementing act. And just a small reminder, these pictures you've seen, but the Estonian project on the FD platforms that have been kicked off, 6 FD platforms, not gates, the gates are in another project, but 6 FD platforms have been kicked off based upon the architecture that we proposed and saw for coming up in the European Commission stage already last spring, and then had them nicely connected or prospectively connected and built up in a way that there would be an FD gate, there would be access points. So this is what we did. And have the nice colorful background, no worries. But the picture is known, but most important is that the Estonian, okay, no worries. That Estonia has given quite a number of, maybe I should revert. Okay. So the architecture, the FD architecture has been the inspiration for Estonian, I'd say, government or ministry. Yeah, it is actually the European Union funding that we're using to finance 6 FD platforms, 6 ECMR platforms to become FD platforms in 2 streams of work. The first stream of work is to fund platforms that manage ECMRs and create the platforms and create FD platforms in a format that is future-proof. The second stream of work is to have an integration between those upcoming FD platforms and logistics service providers, transport service providers, in connection between those economic operators, those logistics platforms, to the FD platforms. And these would be projects that go consecutively one after another, and they go one after another as we speak. So it was last year that we funded, and we made the analysis, we funded 6 future FD platforms, and they will need to be ready by next June with platforms, with services, with integrations towards the FD gates to prove that they can produce FD data. What we do at the same time, we have the other project aside that supports us in reflecting and showing the capabilities, showing the FT gate connection. But what we did, we derived instructions for them, which now, in the upcoming 6 months that they have left for their development, we're refining and having the final instructions how exactly these FT platforms will communicate to the FT gate and return responses back. And those 6 platforms are all hands-on on a daily basis, and they already show results. So it's not that we're waiting in the tunnel and we get the results in June next year, but on daily basis we have them around the table to develop and to get interfaces, and all of our teams here, the extended teams, interact with them to get more and more adjustments based on how we learn what we want the FT to be, how CMRs interact to FT, as well as how we actually need the interfaces to be so that the uptake by the economic operators would be logical and would not be rejected. And for that, the FT4EU project, the CEF project that was long presented by Eva, is the other side of making it all happen, meaning that through these upcoming months, we are trying to build the first FT gate readinesses to have exactly these FT platforms that we have upcoming, also in the first stage of the testing partners. And for that, we are doing strong work in not just motivating the FT platforms to develop themselves, but with them taking a high position to motivate the economic operators to be ready. Because starting from more or less June next year, the economic operators, the logistics service providers, will need to start also applying for funds. There is going to be a financial measure available also for them to start connecting themselves, interfacing to themselves, or just onboarding to these FT platforms in a year from summer onwards. So by summer 2025, we would be needing around 100, 200 economic operators directly connected to these 6 FT platforms. That is a promise that we have taken. We have been funded by the RRF, and we have to do this. So we are going to do this, and this is not just something we do in Estonia, but as these are CMRs, this is FT, then immediately this is cross-border data and cross-border logistics companies, and we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any short questions?
Half a minute.
And we will change the background, sorry.
It's all right, it's all right.
If not, then we will go on the next. We don't have Riku because Riku is sick, so we will go to Toni Penttinen and Ahola Digital. So we will hear from a logistics service provider point of view what is happening and next. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you for having me here tonight. Let's take a look what we have in agenda. So people who doesn't know what is Ahola concern, here's a few of the facts. We are one of those biggest, largest Nordic transport companies. About 600 trucks, now it's like a 550 here in the mention. We operated around the Baltic Sea and a little bit beyond of that as well. We belong, 3 of these companies are belonging to it. Transport is biggest one. We are in the middle and digital. We are doing all the transportation applications, everything is done by in-house, so I will walk through a little bit about those and during the presentation. Then we have special doing this kind of windmill production of those things. But let's go to our digital. So people might think that transport companies doesn't have R&D, but we are a pretty big R&D company inside a transport company. So we are almost 50 people. And then around 40 people are coding. So we do all applications in-house. Everything that is related to transportation, we do. We also have ISO 27. Cybersecurity is very important. We are one of those very rare companies in Finland who has that certificate. Also, we are doing our own platforms. I will walk a little bit those after a little bit segmentation. So segmentation point of view, two main areas. And we will focus today the road transport, but on the city side we are doing dispatch systems, city logistics systems, and all of these things as well. Those are done like external customers. And external customers, like a city, Taxi Helsinki is one of those. But let's look a little bit about those, what we are doing on the roadside and go into the ecosystem through of that. So this is just glimpse view. So we are doing the driver's side, back office side, all of the TMS transport management systems, everything is in-house. And this is not even all applications. This is glimpse view of those. But when we are going through of those, we are going to evolution of the logistics. And then I will a little bit going through of the logistic 5.0. Even the thought 5.0 is still a little bit concept, but when you go through the ecosystems, you will notice that it actually comes as a principal values there. Now let's go there. So logistic 5.0. We already have started like a logistic 4.0, which is like a 2010 to 2020. And now we are actually entering era of logistic 5.0. What it actually brings in table is human centricity. What is actually human centricity is meaning? It means that people are coming more and more center. Customers are coming more and more center. So everything is concentrated around the humans. It doesn't mean that there is no AI or cobots and these kind of things. I will show a little bit about that as well. Resilience. Resilience might mean that it's capacity or shortage and these kind of things. But for us, it's about cybersecurity. How we ensure that systems are working every day. Sustainability. I will go a little bit about green cargo and these kind of things later on the presentation. Now let's go to evolution. I will still take just a few of things here which are actually affecting the ecosystems. And then supply chain 5.0, logistics 5.0 is part of that. We are collecting always data, more and more data is collected. But how is it utilized? It's utilized in big analytics, it's utilized in ML systems, CCs and ECs. But at the same time, there is sustainability aspects, resilience aspect, human-centric aspects. I don't go deeply on all of these things, but let's go a little bit about systems. So production point of view, what do we see? We see in the middle is operational. Operational is connected to different kind of resources. Resources are like a trucks or whatever it is. Then we have X-Docs. Then we have partners. And then we have energy solutions. Energy solutions are getting more and more various. It's not only diesel anymore. There is propulsion powers which are related to the electric trucks. Infra is coming more and more important. We have been seeing today a little bit about those API discussions for that. But when we are moving more and more to the power point of view, electricity, we need to actually have the very good information about the infra as well. Weather conditions, road conditions will affect consumption of the energy. And one of those previous slides mentioned about human-centric, driver's well-being. It's about very important part of that. But when we go to flow, it's about the data. We move more and more data. It comes inside of the systems, it goes outside of systems. And today we have been talking about a lot of FT stuff. ECRM stuff. I will show a little bit about that as well later on the presentation. We have been doing FT stuff like 5 years already. We share the data with customers. There was one of those presentations today as well, or supposed to be. We are doing the planning. We share the data constantly with customers, suppliers, and then it's getting more and more hectic. We are not, you will see it in your own behavior. If something doesn't load, you are starting to, a few seconds you are waiting, then you start tap, 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 tap. That's your behavior is coming more and more hectic. And that's also data sharing. Nobody wastes anymore like a 1 hour data sharing. It's about instant sharing. Instant sharing about visibility. I will come back to the visibility a little bit later on as well. But let's go to green stuff. So what actually green means? It means about operational efficiency. It means about professional skills. It means about real-time operations. Everything things are contributing to efficiency. And efficiency means actually what you are getting as a money in the bottom line. How efficient you can be. That minimizing the empty kilometers, minimizing eco-driving is teaching about drivers. It's about taking care of drivers. That we are monitoring all the drivers with telematic systems. We know every brakes, we know every gas pedals, we know those things. So if people are consuming more and more diesel, we know about it. And then it goes about the bad ratings. So, and you see the testimony there. 2019, DNV actually did certify us for emissions. And then back that time, we already bypassed 2030. But of course, it was not the current way of the measurements, but current way of the measurements from this current specification from March, we already do that already. That's not the problem for us. Previous slide, when it moves process-wise, it goes to the different silos or different areas of the operation, resources, and management. All of those are actually bringing in the sustainability. As long as you have the data in the digital format, you can play around with it. And then I will show a little bit of FT a little bit later on this presentation as well. But it goes from all of the areas one by one, which is actually contributing to sustainability. It's not only one thing. And there was one of the slides about real time. And there is now a lot of companies which are providing external services for real-time visibility. But that's not any more extra service. Everybody's actually expecting to see where your goods are. And that's about real-timeness. You exactly know what it is, EET times. You go from predictive to standard visibility to predictivity. And that's what we are expecting, or customers are expecting nowadays. They expect to see ETA times. And when we go to more and more digital, we go to smart labels. What it makes the smart labels? It actually makes the QR code. Most of the data is inside of the network. It's not in the label, it's a network. And then that's combination of the data flows. What comes to the ECRM? ECRM goes as a portal point of view. We have been talking about portals here. And in portal point of view, we are actually linking paper document with QR code to a digital version. So it doesn't need to be always paper. It can be converted to a digital version. And typically there is changes in paper documents. Some palettes are missing or something else is coming. Those are handwritten if there wouldn't be digital version. And handwritten comes as an OCR point of view. Of course, we are doing the OCR stuff as well, but it's better to do it in the digital version. Then it goes to the planners. When it goes to the planners, it can contribute back to the planning. If there is less to pick, that means that there is more to sell. I will show one thing about that. Back to one of the slides which I showed about customer portal. It's about the reporting as well. You saw the reporting there. Everything is reported, what is happening. There is also CO2 reports as well, what is reported by trip level. So it's like a parcel level reporting. It goes back to this kind of data management side. Because if we are keeping the customer portal point of view, customer to have the information about them, it's always up to date. And then that's the challenge with transportation management. It's pretty much all the customer management challenge. Data is not too up to date. But if you give that to the customer to maintain by themselves, it's pretty much always up to date. Supply portals in the wake as well. Capacity agreements, everything digital. That contributes back to the efficiency. And that also, this kind of load management side and this kind of reservations and all of these things. And we have been talking here a lot about CO2s. And then CO2 way, we have been developing a few of the things there. There is a reporting, then we have analysis tools, real-time stuff, converting different things, leg by leg. So we take this kind of ferry company stuff. We take this kind of, we know about trains, we know about trucks as well when there's multimodal stuff. We calculate these things. These are some into each other. This is not rocket science. And emission look for. And what is not presentation without AI mentioning? So nowadays AI is everywhere. So how it's actually started to contribute in the transportation business? It comes from the different things. It's about when we are getting more and more parameters, it comes to the impossible to human to actually do the best suggestion. It comes to the machine AI models, customized AI models. And that way, we can bring this kind of human back in the central decision making. Because not always decisions are done with rational way as ML is doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say that in federated project where we are doing collaboration, Tony has a reputation there that he don't speak too much, but when he is speaking, everybody is listening. And I think I can sense that also during that presentation. One question, we have time for that. We will go over time 10 minutes, so, but Heidi, one question.
Hi. Do you see what you have done? Is it your competitive advantage?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's value what we are bringing or our customers actually bring to their customers.
But are you expecting that all other companies, your competitors, will do the same? There will be network created, and then the whole work is moving into that direction.
Thinking about these kind of networks, and then we are getting more and more. FT is, for example, good for it. There's transportation chains which are doing the multimodal. There's one companies to each others, so they need to cooperate. That's about the federated as well. Information has to flow. It's not like a silos. And then typically transport business, you have silos. Everybody is so jealous about their own data. But of course, there needs to be this kind of certain level of data, what is shared, but able to make it efficient. Somebody is paying the transportation anyway. So the visibility back to transport payer is important, even that it goes back both between the competitors, so to speak. But the competitors in transport business, they are cooperating with each other as well.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. That was very good. Then we have Tomi Dalper from DB Core. And sorry to announce that we will maybe go 5 to 10 minutes over time, but the topic is so interesting, so I hope this is good. Tomi.
So, thank you. I'm a board professional and information system science professor, but that's what I'm going to talk about myself, because in a way that's not the topic here. I will share my views on, in a way, where we are currently, what is possible today with the sustainability reporting in logistics. But before that, I have something else to show you. So, making FT reality. So we started 2 days ago a project. So Ulrika was already talking about the other project that DigiLog Keskus is doing. So this is about the other project. So this is what we started. And what we do here is we create the FT gateway for Estonia. So Eva, who is not present here at the moment, so we are building the car to Eva. So that's what we are doing. So it will be in the garage waiting to be used, which the first date probably is in July next year. But it's going to be there ready. So where are we at the moment here? So we have, in a way, we use the e-delivery technology for data sharing in between various parties. So we have already applied and put up the e-delivery network. So that's the backbone of this gateway. So the gateway exists, and also the e-delivery connections. Okay, it doesn't show, but in a way, to all the other countries, with the exception of Estonia and perhaps Finland, we don't know what Finland will do, but in a way, in Estonia, they use X-Road instead of e-delivery. The whole, in a way, solution is based on e-delivery. So we know that we can connect, and we have the permission to do that from the e-delivery authorities. We also met with the Estonian authorities, which are responsible for X-Road, so we have that security server up and running as well. We have then, the important part, of course, is that in what happens in this kind of world. So what is the role of the gateway here? So here we have behind the Estonian authorities. So they could be, we have discussions with two of the actual authorities. So they have their own information systems from which the request for EFTA reporting comes. And it needs to go to the EFTA platforms. So we are in discussions with two authorities at the moment so that they would use this in a way infrastructure, and we are also in discussions with some of the service providers or the FT platform providers that Ulrika was talking about. So we will have them on board. So the whole idea is that we will have this up and running in January or early February next year. So it's so that's the point. So here are the targets that we have with this pilot. So we want to, because everything is available and ready. So we just want to show that it works. So, and also present the possibility to implement this in real-time economic context. So if you want to add something later on, for example, invoicing or procurement, so then that's also possible. And then, of course, it's very important to understand, because in a way everybody's, when we share data, so the question is that how can I be sure that in a way my data is being used responsibly? And how much data do I need to share? So this is one of the key questions during this pilot as well. So this is not related to the technology at all, in a way, but the technology has to have the possibility to, in a way, secure that, in a way, my trade secrets are my trade secrets. And when we do authority reporting, so that in a way, authorities get the data they are allowed to have, but we don't need to give them more, and vice versa. So, and because FT is open, so we are also open. So if you want to learn about what we are doing, if you want to follow us, so please contact Heidi or myself. So you will be on the mailing list, and we will invite to all possible events that we are going to have to, in a way, disclose what we have done and show what we have. But now let's go back to these questions. So what is technically possible? What kind of environmental data is possible to be shared today? So where do you think that, where do we have this, in a way, environmental data here? So who has the data? Actually, it's here at the platforms or below the platforms. So it's in the transaction management systems or other information systems that the actual economic operators have or if we want to use digital service providers, or in a way transport service providers, or the actual users of these services. So they have the data. So now I'm an old man, so I need to put my glasses on so I can see what I have written here about what I think is possible. So in the platform, so then there we have what we share. So they are in transaction-based documents or messages. So we have two possibilities how to, in a way, include environmental data. So we can add data elements to the messages or the documents. Or alternatively, we can attach separate structured digital reports. They need to be structured and digital so that we can, in a way, read them with machines. So we are basically able to support this today already. So even with the pilot, so if somebody wants to use that in the pilot, so that's possible. The issue, however, is not there. The issue is that how do we calculate the emission data? In a way, we don't have any agreed calculation method over all the modalities. So the solution comes from, in a way, at least three sides. So we have the Counter Emission Act proposal, and we need the regulation. So we need to have regulation that it makes it necessary to do that. We also need the standards. So here already I have raised a question about, in a way, how to use the ISO 14083 2023, because that year is important because there is another standard with the same number, and it's totally different. But again, those are not, they told exactly how we should calculate them. But that's not enough, because we need to add the data elements to the actual data models. FT data model, or actually in FT uses the MMT data model, which comes from the UNCEFACT core component library. We missed those kinds of data elements from the core component library, and we need to have them there so that we can have them in MMT or in UBL, which are the, in a way, two mostly used global data models. But still, I think that we are quite long way from, in a way, having a clear agreement, especially if we talk about multimodality, because in a way we need to see that, in a way, what is the best way, how can we produce those kind of values or the data elements, their values, so that we can trust them. So, and that might need some kind of research first to come to that kind of agreement. But in a way, in the meanwhile, we can use what we have. It's quite interesting to hear what Tahola has. So we could use that data already today, or what the other providers are able to in a way, produce. So that was my point.
Thank you, Tomi. And now we will summarize the seminar with the panel discussion. So I would like to ask my boss Matti Lankinen from Vediafi and CaaS Nordic, Petteri Hellen from Finnair Cargo, and Jan Bergstrand from Trafikverket, Eva Killar from Ministry of Climate from Estonia, and then we have one new face who has not been in the stage yet, Jonna Paasonen from Railgate Finland, and Teemu, so from Fintraffic. So you can summarize what we have discussed today, and Matti will host you.
Yeah, please. All right. Yeah, it's been a long day, and basically I have really a pleasure to have this team here. And I'm having an easy job because most of them already have introduced themselves. The only one not introduced is Jonna. Jonna is the CEO of Rail and Road Terminal Finland in Kouvola. Congratulations, quite new. job, and Jonna is a long-term professional. Could use this federated term, both feet on the ground, but also the head looking for future opportunities. So interesting combination. Anyway, I guess that, as Lasse said, we will need to summarize a bit what we have been covering today. I guess that the sort of specific nature of our DigiLog seminars is that we're not looking at national things, we are really looking a bit broader area. So regional to EU is our focus, as you have seen and heard from many of the presentations. Now, we are also combining, sort of mixing and matching things, where we are putting digitalization and environmental aspect on one basket. Now I would like to ask our panelists, what's sort of concrete in your own home country or organization? What have you already done in this area? Have you already done combinations of digitalization and environmental aspects, or if not, are you planning to? Shall we start with Eva, who actually happens to be in an interesting position right on this? Yeah, please.
Oh, no. Now
it's working.
Hello again. Yes, I come from Ministry of Climate, which was formed actually from 1st of July this year, and on a basis of Ministry of Environment and transport issues, building issues, and energy issues from Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications were moved to this new Ministry of Climate. So now we are one big happy family, which is a little bit maybe difficult situation also, because one part of the ministry is trying to save the environment and the other part is trying to build on it. And one ministry is trying to handle all this. So it's not easy, but we manage. And the big task that we are having ahead of us is that we are going to have regulation of climate regulation in Estonia. And we are just starting with this process. Actually, the transport issues will be discussed at the end of this year in December.
Right.
So this is a big task that we are taking. But to answer to your question, then we don't have any precise methods at the moment, combining logistics and data. This is more like driven by stakeholders. We have FT platforms, or not, they're not FT platforms yet, but they provide this kind of information already because their clients are asking this.
Would you see a need for such combination in future? We heard a few angles today as a reflection of what we were discussing today.
Definitely, and I think having now in the middle of starting with climate regulation of Estonia is that the very difficult is to understand the target we know, but how to measure it, because sometimes the measurements are not always the same, and they seem to change sometimes. That for a forecast that was done before, it will be changed. So we need solid information in order to make decisions. And I think when we have this kind of counter-emissions regulation, for example, then it helps a lot regarding this.
Very good. Thank you, Eva. Jan, Trafikverket, Finn, what's popping in your area? You're looking for FTV here, but are you also sort of considering this kind of twin transition of where the emission control and FT would meet?
Yeah. Yeah, the core strategies for Sweden and Trafikverket is road safety and also rail safety. It's about environment and it's about mobility. And of course, mobility is challenging those other two factors. And but we are naturally working with environmental issue, and we can see that digitalization can help this happen. We have a lot of collaborations Some years ago, quite many now, Trafikverket had some kind of sector responsibility, and there you could hide a lot of collaboration and maybe unclear things. So like the last 6-7 years, there has been more direct assignment in such actions. So there has been a freight, I'm a freight guy, so I start there, at least concentrate on that. A freight strategy established, and there has been several, let's say, assignments connecting to this freight strategy, and as I would say that 4 out of 6 goes towards intermodal, and another goes to horizontal collaboration, which is pretty much intermodal. So there's a lot of concentration, and all those things, when you talk connection and intermodal, is digital, and it's also environmental friendly. It's a more clear step towards that we want to see a shift to rail or short sea shipping, which has not been so outspoken before, but now since the freight strategy, etc., there is a clear determination. So yeah, that's what I can state from Trafikverket's work in general, and there is of course a lot of participation also in other aspects like the European data spaces, the DTLF, and all these kinds of projects mentioned earlier. So we are active.
Very good, thank you. Let's change the angle. What we heard from Pete earlier is that you are actually a forerunner, or your whole industry is forerunner in digitalization, and also on this emission side. You mentioned quite a few examples. What would you sort of give as a learning from your experience for the other modalities? How should we go forward? You already said 100% of documents are EAWB. So what has it taken to go there?
Challenging question.
Yeah, I know. Too many questions in one. Just answer.
I think one of the biggest challenges, as earlier mentioned a couple of times, is to find a standard way to do that measuring. And I think from the air cargo side, I think we are getting support from IATA at the moment, from a head organization, and I think maybe on the road side or from other mode side, it would be beneficial if there is some EU level definitions how to calculate that. Otherwise, it's going more the business first approach what companies are probably taking. So I think that is the one big challenge what we have faced during the years, and also what I see how to go to the detailed enough level, especially we are currently providing that CO2 calculations and reports to our customers, forwarding agents, but they have to split those CO2s to their end customers. So that is one challenge what we are facing, but in the future we are seeing that the new data sharing model will support even that level, so we can even deeper there, and that also will support the life cycle calculations there. So I think that what we are heading, but that how to commonly agree how to do that calculation, I think that's the big challenge.
So it took 15 years of I don't know how many airlines to make it happen, and now we are asking the road industry with I don't know how many players there are to do it in a shorter time. So a big challenge, but you are a benchmark of the same. Thank you. Jonna, you have now a greenfield radar and road terminal to run. How are you going to combine digitalization and the environmental aspects?
Well, for us, the field is, open because there is no already defined measures or processes how to do this, how to run this new dry port. However, digitalization does not fix if you have a problem in your process. So we are trying to drive the shift, or how we can gain the best potential of the different transport modes in combining the best bits of each. And this is where Finland, I think, internally has a lot to do, because our transportation system is not completed, because there is so much potential in rail transport at the moment. We are not using it as we should, and that would be a key element in reducing emissions without digitalization or without any extra effort. It's just shift to rail more and create opportunities for more companies to utilize rail transport, as it is now a little bit impossible. And then we can think about the corridors outside of Finland when we have first set up our internal system in the most efficient way. And that is, I think, one of the key elements where we can bring the cost effectiveness and competitivity to Finnish customers, to arrange our own system first.
But then doing that obviously means that you will need to collaborate with a lot of those external partners as well.
Exactly. And I think that there has been a lot of discussion today also about data sharing and how companies are reluctant to share the data because of their fear for losing competitive advantage or their trade information. So I think that actors such as us and maybe seaports as well are neutral enough to be the key players in this data sharing. And this is also what our new terminal is all about. We want to create new systems and possibilities for data sharing, even to the customers that are not necessarily using our terminal at the moment. And for this, the FT is a very good tool to implement and maybe pilot again and get the results, so we can get this tool in use also in the commercial business when the official side is completed.
So you will be an active hub, it sounds.
Yes.
Very good. Teemu, we heard today your boss really painting this big data sharing field. Some of those areas already starting to go forward, and you're involved at least in a couple of those already. And you told where you are. But how do you think, you also had the CO2 there as a kind of a neutral player, and we heard here many times that it's difficult to get this data, but do you foresee that there could be a combination of EET data and this emission data in your service offering in future?
Maybe in future, yes, and I hope that the parties will do it by themselves if we are not doing it, so that they are linking the data. And example, you are referring that you could be happy to share data and collaborate with parties. So are we, and we are encouraging parties so that they start sharing the data. And maybe if it's not happening, maybe we can push it so that it will happen. But if it's happening by the market, we are happy that it will happen. I want to see that Finland and our logistics is working as efficiently as possible, so that we can live here in Finland in future.
Right, thank you. So now each and every one of you can take your turns, but let's not go in the order. We have had an interesting day. Would you like to raise one thing up that you would like to remember from this day? So what has been really the kind of finding or important thing for you? So, okay, Teemu is fast.
I like to highlight, even though that we are talking much about the FT regulation, I like to highlight the Finnair case and Ahola case, they are the forerunners and they are moving ahead. If something is not happening and the regulator is forcing it to happen, someone will do it. And the forerunners are doing it. And we have to learn from them what is possible and what not. So not go the slowest pace, but somewhere in the middle. Forerunners are going always forward, but we have to push also so that the change and twin transition will happen.
Thank you. Any other gems from the day? Anybody? Oops, please.
Yeah, I think that is important to bear in mind that there are really, really good projects and programs that the government and government-related authorities are doing at the moment. Then there are great projects that the companies or the economic operators are doing. Are we doing different things? Are we doing same things? And are we doing the correct things? I think that is the key, that we have to make sure that we are on the same page.
All right. Anybody else would like to? Well, Eva?
Yes, thank you. It has been a very, very interesting day, and for me, of course, I was envious to see the 190 partners that Traficom has already regarding data sharing. We also have in Estonia real-time economy initiative, so we are kind of copying Finland and sometimes trying to get even a little better. I don't know.
That's the right spirit.
And so for me, from this day, I would take that the collaboration is the key, private sector and public sector, and we as a governmental organization, we don't want to be an obstacle. We want to be more together with the private sector to be helping the innovation to come in real life.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, Peter?
It was really great to see how many FT believers there is, because especially from a business point of view, we don't have that kind of visibility where we are at the moment, so I'm so positively surprised.
Right. Well, Jan, you need to say something.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us here, and the takeaway is of course maybe not too good for my heart here, that you are so well structured. First, last year I wanted to join the party, so to speak, and I think we are well on our way from with this FT for all, following FT for Europe. But I see also that we have to organize ourselves top-down, you can say, from Swedish side. It's of course a structure already, but we need to take care of that. Pictures shown by Leah and others here that what is coming up is clear. So that's a good takeaway. And last announcement for you that our believers in FT, but also in data sharing, I can say if you pop by next week, the 30th of November, the nice city of Brussels, you still might have a share or place in the federated final conference. If not, there will probably be material published here and there via our friends. So with that, I don't have anything more to say, Matti.
Thank you. Okay, we are so much over time that I'm not taking questions anymore, but these people will be around. We will have a glass of wine, maybe two, I don't know, depends on you. Oh, sorry, one. Okay, go ahead, Leah.
It's actually not a question. I would like to make an announcement because this panel here and the slide behind reminds me that 3 to 5 April 2024, there is the Connecting Europe Days, TEN-T, Connecting Europe Facility, and there we will have a 90 minutes breakout session on the 3rd of April dedicated to FT, but the way I conceive it is that it's actually FT and beyond. So, we're building FT, but we're already thinking ahead on how to integrate in business-to-business processes, but also other business-to-authorities checks. Now it came also, yes, countermissions, CTD. So we're still at the concept phase. We are still to define our panel and moderators. So I would like to pre-announce that some of you might get a kind request to join us there, and indeed maybe convert more believers or those that would like to start learning more and follow more of what is going on there. So please bear that in mind. That's what I wanted to say. And yes, also I'm planning to have on the exhibition floor as well a space for exhibiting FT-related projects, pilots, ideas. So we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you.
Do we want to have fingerprints on upcoming FT? Yes, we do. So thank you for the invitation. I think there will be a response. All right, thank you everybody for this seminar today. It's been really a pleasure to have all of you around with us, also those who are in the remote connection. And I hope that you have picked something which is really valuable for your future work. We will continue this work, obviously, for many years to come. So we'll be seeing and hearing about each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And free advertisement, there is also this kind of flyers about the Remunet project, which is one of the Horizon projects where we are studying like real-time rerouting of the multimodal supply chains. So there are, Hanken has shared some of these flyers. If you are interested, you can find those in the front door. And now we will have some cocktails, so please chat with your colleagues, make questions, have a couple of glasses of wine or water, whatever. Thank you all.